Because I'm worth it.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh. I am
That was weird.
not good at doing this.
It's fine. That just means you need to drink more.
Oh, I might change my drinking coach from Ian and Staccato to Disparu.
What, you think I'm going to be worse than Ian? The Scot?
Ian's not here right now. He's on vacation.
Yeah, but he's probably drunk on vacation as well. It's like if you take advice from Ian, it would essentially... You'd always be 5 seconds away from just being a homeless person in an alley. It's
Wow,
there is
that
no
how
different.
we think of the Scots?
Yes, there is no difference in Scotland between.
That
It's
sounds
a
like
fine
LA or
line at any point from just a cultural tradition and a
Actually,
medical problem.
Actually, thinking about this now, Scotland is like Ireland, okay? I don't know about the bums and the
The
fentanyl
Celts,
zombies, but a lot of the guys wear skirts. I
don't
present
like
to you.
They don't like it when you call them that, though.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
They get it's like, no, I put a sporran on it. It's like, I'm sorry. So because you put a little bag on the front of your skirt, it's now not a skirt.
Well, there's 2 bags under your skirt and a bag at the front. That's a lot of bags.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not sure adding a bag to something changes the thing. Or the other one I heard was it's not a skirt because it's wrapped around you more. Which I don't take that either as an explanation.
That's like asking, is a wrap a dress or a skirt for a girl? Kind of like, is a sandwich is a taco a sandwich or something like that? Is a beef patty a sandwich?
Americans call burgers sandwiches all the time. I think it even happened. I've even saw it recently. Like a pulled pork sandwich, but it was in a burger bun. It's not a sandwich. It's in a burger. It's a burger.
So the bun makes it a sandwich?
Well, you can't have a sandwich in well, we would call it a bap, but you can't have a sandwich in a bap.
Now you're just making weird noises with your mouth. I should drink more.
Well, no, this has always been one of the memes of the UK, right? So, America's a massive place, and they're like, well, all the states are entirely different. It's like, yeah, but in England, you go 10 minutes up the road, and your accents has changed 3 times, and bread rolls have a different name. There's probably about 50 different names for bread rolls in England, all over the country.
Okay, well,
Bomb
it's
cake.
the importance. The people of the north, I don't know what they're called. Let's call them Eskimos. It's probably a derogatory name. I might come at me, bros.
Just their name.
Yeah,
I refuse to allow people to get offended over facts.
Yeah, so they have like 100 different words to explain snow. So you guys have multiple names to explain your bread rolls because that's what's important to you. It makes sense.
And what was it? The Greeks had 7 different names for different types of love. So yeah, whatever's important is that they were just horn dogs. So they were like, no, we have to accurately describe all the different types.
Well, it's like relationships. We got situationship, it's complicated, relationship, friendship. I don't know.
It's like all the different names for slags.
It's important in our society.
We just keep making more. Yeah. And boobs. Like, there's just an infinite amount of names for them.
We figured it out, just bro.
Yeah, whatever people think about the most has the most names.
But that's how language evolves. And I actually learned that in my 2nd year university, took a linguistics course randomly. It was a very easy course. Got A's.
Randomly, you just slip through a door. like tripped in the hallway. Oh, I'll
I'm
stay. This is actually
sure.
quite interesting.
Actually, I skipped every class because the class was in the book and the book was this big. It wasn't very much. And I aced the exam. So, yes. Oh, by the way, name reveal. That's my Chinese name. I'm gonna go with it.
Do you have a Chinese name?
Yes.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I have a name now. This is my new name. I'm still X-Ray Girl. But I'm going next week to Cosmic Summit, and you know how weird it is to walk up to like 80-year-olds and say, "My name is X-Ray Girl."
Oh, yeah, but they wouldn't know how to pronounce that either.
Oh, it's Shui, but you just call me Shu or X.
No one's calling that Shui.
No,
you'll get called Xiu. That's what you get called.
Xiu! It's that Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker scene in Rush Hour.
So is
What's
that a
your name?
translation of something?
No, it's actually like Shui.
No, well, did you just randomly pick one? I'm like, you're not even Chinese. That's what I'm getting confused by.
I am. I'm part Chinese.
I thought you were.
I'm Vietnamese Chinese.
Yeah, I thought you were Vietnamese.
Yeah, I'm just more Vietnamese than Chinese. Oh my god, chat is being really. Okay, I'm looking at what Shu means. Shui. It's snow.
Well, how did you get this name? Did you just pick it?
No, it's my Chinese name.
This doesn't make any sense. How can
when
you have
I was
a Chinese?
born,
people have a name.
Yeah.
We don't.
I have
oh,
a
this is
legal
my
name,
Spanish
and
name.
then I have a Vietnamese
nobody
name.
travels to France and has a different name.
A Chinese name.
You have one name. You can't have a different name in a different country. That's not how that works.
No. Well, yeah, actually, you could.
It's like, no, I traveled to Texas and suddenly now I'm called Steve.
You know how many Asian people have English names because it's too difficult?
I understand that, yeah.
Then there's me. I use my Chinese name because it's easier than, you know.
Yeah, but like I can understand having an anglicized name because people can't pronounce it. But if you're just gonna make up a go on, this is my foreign name, I would have thought it'd be a translation of something, or because I said, did you pick it?
What
you went no. So where's it come from?
In Chinese, let's find out.
Well, people definitely wouldn't be able to pronounce that.
Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Maybe that should be my name. I'm calling that Xiu, by the way.
That's the only reason.
Just feels like I hate your name.
Well, I'd never like how long it took me to remember that it's called, what is it? Xiaomi is like the mobile phone company. Yeah, because it's spelled like X-O-I-A-M-I or something, but it's pronounced Xiaomi.
Okay, let's go to Cantonese. Okay, X-Ray Girl in Canton. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna be able to read that.
Yeah, so imagine everyone else.
It's X Guang Zai. Yeah, I'm not going with that.
Yeah, it's like you want a name that 80-year-olds will recognize.
Let's just say
and you decided to choose that.
Or just Shu. It's fine. I can reply to Shu or X. It's fine.
It's like giving someone like a Scandinavian or Polish name or something. It doesn't even have enough vowels for people to work out what it could be.
Let's just go with this. Disru hates my name. He hates me. I'm gonna drink more.
No, it's more, I don't know where the name came from. You're just like, no, this is my foreign name. Like, well, did you pick it? No.
My Vietnamese name.
It, then?
I believe my Vietnamese name is Hoa, which is flower.
Where are the names coming from? That's my question.
My parents.
Why are they giving you multiple names?
Because they're not from here.
But you can't just pick one, surely. I've never heard of like where the dad picked one name, the mother picked a different name, and rather than just deciding, they went, no, let's give it both. Like maybe if they had like a first and middle name, I couldn't understand that.
Well, here we are, and Epic Mike is making me drink. Disbrew is drinking regardless, I'm thinking, right?
Yes.
Is this correct? I have my Wayne Gretzky.
I've got the remains of that.
Oh God, you are.
And then that.
That is like a week. You drank that in a week.
I don't think I've drank this since last Saturday. This one's lasted a while.
Dang. Okay. Epic Mike for $75. By the way, Epic Mike has asked me how much does it take to take a drink. I said 75, so we're going with it. There's a disturbing lack of drinking and maids. Well,
I
sir.
tell you what,
Here you go.
as Mike has done it, I'm gonna do something which I have never done on any stream before, but on
Get
X-Ray Girls
naked.
channel, it seems only fitting to do something special for it, and so for that, I will show him my big knob. I got a new knob, everybody.
Wait, is that for a door?
It's quite a nice, got a nice feel
it's
to it.
white with a black base. Nice.
It's silver, but yeah.
Sorry, it's really hard to tell.
It is quite a thick knob.
It's a
Lots
little
of
shallow
buttons.
for my liking, though.
Yeah, it's not. It's
hard to
It's quite
grab.
girthy, but it is. It's not the
I
longest
can't
knob
put
in
my
the
whole
world.
fist on it.
No, you'd have to use your fingertips.
I'll
Really,
give it a little flick.
yeah.
Wait, what is it for?
It more turns. Like, it's for editing and stuff. So one of the things in the timeline that's really easy to do is just
Logitech knob.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Yeah, it came with like a Stream Deck. I've already got one of those though. I was more interested in the knob.
Thank you, Epic Mike. Well, I mean, Disbrew, we can relate to this. I'm usually interested in the knob only. So
They don't normally
put it out there.
swivel though. That's the thing.
Well, it depends on how you use it.
Only if you're trying to rip it off. There is no other use for that.
Yes, I'm quite sure Psychotic Mongoose has already planned to clip out Disbrew showing me his knob. Here's Psychotic. All right, so let's go through some of these super chats before we begin. We have Mate for $10. Mom isn't home. There's no rules. Let's get saucy. We are gonna
I don't
definitely
think
get
there
saucy.
normally is. She just kind of goes quiet and doesn't know what to say.
You know, okay, I was talking about this earlier, and I was saying, you know, it's gonna be a different Saucy tonight. And then they're like, what do you mean? You're gonna drink and talk and yell at each other? And I'm like, well, I mean, that part's not different. I just need a moral barometer, and I go look at Wicked, and she's doing the thing that, you know, makes me feel guilty. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I should like
No, I
reel
can.
myself back.
That's like a barometer of quality for me. Like when you can embarrass Wicked, you know you've done something really good. Like that's when you know it's a really good joke.
Our interpretations are vastly different.
Yeah, it's like when she turns the camera off, you're like, that was a good one.
Well, cheers for not feeling embarrassed tonight. Chat's gonna make me more drunk than anything, and I am happy for it. Cheers, chat. And thank you again, Mike, for that drink. Shik74 for
Megatron.
$1.99. Oh wait.
Megatron.
It's too deep, I think.
Yeah, you somehow managed to sound less like Megatron with the voiceover. That's when he got, yeah, Honey, I Shrunk the Transformers.
Oh my god, can we make that a whatever? What they call it? Crossover. Oh, and Flubber. We'll add Flubber there as well.
Well, it's kind of what I was saying on F&T before when everyone was on my favorite movies and things. We now live in a time where you couldn't get something like A Knight's Tale because if you pitch that, they'd be you're insane. No one's gonna like a medieval thing with modern music, with like traditional romances and stuff. You end up with a poet who then starts faking your documents. Like it's a completely stupid story, but it works. And they can't take that kind of risk anymore.
Nope, they don't like taking risks, and that makes me sad for it. As is Wonky Eyebrow for £2 British. Saucy break from the Le Mans 24-hour race. Hail.
Le Mans.
I don't know what that is. A 24-hour race sounds really difficult, though.
I think it's is that I don't know whether it's the cycling or the racing.
I know there's like the 100-kilometer races.
Oh, it is.
I was introduced to that from the guy when I was working back at the spa. There was this neurosurgeon that came in. He was doing this 100-kilometer race. And then we found out a couple months later that he ended up chopping up his wife, putting in her briefcase and throwing her out. Yeah. I think crazy people would do a race like that.
I do find it weird how when people are like, how do I dispose of this body? They try and find the smallest case they can possibly try and fit them in, like a briefcase. You could have a duffel bag. You wouldn't have to put as much effort in. It's like, no, I want to see how small I can get.
Well, like, that scene in Mobland where he's like, oh, that person's
how long did that
so,
take
like,
you?
nice. How long did that take? I'm like, that's insane.
3 hours, yeah. Dad was a butcher.
So, did you figure out what Le Mans is? Or
Le Mans, it's I wasn't sure whether it was cycling or cars, but yeah, it's an endurance car race.
Okay. Eric Stratton for 777 says, in the history of YouTube, only 2 people have streamed over their own stream, Jeremy, G&G, and now Wicked Virtue. Well, to be fair, Wicked, I think we didn't know, I think she didn't know what time it was. She had maybe thought it was during the day. She didn't know
what time it was as of about 6 hours ago. It was like, oh, the time zone differences.
Oh my God, she thought it was an hour ahead instead of an hour behind. And so she got so confused because I was like, I would prefer to stream on your channel just so that it's easier to, coordinate. And plus it's always on that channel. The algorithm favors her channel over mine because I never stream at this time. So, but they're live right now. But I appreciate everyone being here while they're doing their thing. So yes, Wicked, silly girl. Saw member for 11 months says, hi, Extra Girl and Disbrew. I had fun in Nashville last week. Ooh, I hope you had a good vacation. I saw some of your food. As is Wonky Eyebrow for 2 British pounds.
I like that's the only thing you noticed, the food.
Well, he sent pictures in my Discord of all the food he got from Buc-ee's. Me onesies. And I've been fasting. I've been trying to do the OMAD 1 meal a day, and then I accidentally fasted.
Wait, is that supposed to be a fast? That's just my life.
It's 24 hours. Yeah. Well,
so, 1 meal a day isn't a fast.
Well, you're fasting for 24 hours. If you're still
eating, you're not fasting.
So the first, I accidentally fasted till about 2 or 3 in the afternoon on Wednesday. So then I was like, you know what? I'm not hungry. I'll see if I can push through and go to the next day. And then I fasted till about noon. So I think it was like 40 hours. And then I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. I know Az did 46 hours and he said he was dying. So I think if I got to dinner time, I probably would have died.
Yeah, I think I can do like 2 or 3 days without worrying too much about it. But because the reason I know that is because there are certain games I can't play because I get too addicted to them and I forget to eat. I never forget. I just play one of them, and I would like zone in too much that I would just forget naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Like Baldur's Gate 2 used to have on the loading screens, please remember to eat, drink, and sleep. And that's probably the only reason I'm still alive. That it reminded me on the loading screens to consume food.
I'm surprised Night Rain hasn't done that to you.
That's not addictive as such. That's kind of a game I can play. I can play it for 2 or 3 hours, and I'm like, okay, I'm happy with this. I'll leave. It's not like RimWorld or Factorio or like Mountain Blade. Those games. Pff.
That also sounds like sex positions or something.
RimWorld.
RimWorld Mountain Blade.
Well, I think they keep releasing new expansion packs. They went to space, space rimming world.
Damn. As is Monkey Eyebrow. Sorry about that. We were in the Disper queue for a moment. Invite Kara for a proper giggle fest. Kara, are you around? Do you want to be berated by 2 drunk people? I don't know. Maybe not berated is the right word. Do you want to supervise 2 drunk people? Andrew Matthews for 2 British pounds. Shoe girl. Yeah, that's actually not a bad spelling. Some people know. Thank you, Andrew. Psychotic Mongoose with 2 British pounds says, hi, Shoe. Hi, Mongoose.
It's weird saying shoe, because that's always what everyone says to shoe on head.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a short nickname.
Shoe. Oh, Kara is here. I'm building a shelf. I can be domestic. That's what the hubby is for. Make him do it. Staccato for 20 says bless you. I think
Yeah.
that's what
I'm
he meant.
surprised we
So
didn't think
bless
of
you.
that one before, to be honest.
Justin Martin's
I
for
probably would have
$5.
thought about it if I knew how to pronounce it.
Oh, that's true. That's true. True shoe. Justin Martin's for 5. So to make it easier for old people, you change your name to something nobody can actually
Oh,
pronounce. Sounds about right. Well, it's the closest thing because I was thinking, I'm like, do I want? Well, when it comes to like alternate names of my like channel, I wanted something close, and I was like, but I actually have a Chinese name that starts with an X, so maybe I should go with that. Anyways,
so is
that was
this
the
like
thought.
your official new, I'm changing everything, all
No,
branding?
no,
Oh,
this is just for
you're just making it even
Cosmic
more
Summit.
confusing then.
No, it's just for Cosmic Summit when I do the Forbidden Frontier stuff, so that it's a little easier for have a new. Like I said, when I'm
Oh,
introducing myself to old people and like they don't know the gaming world, it's kind of weird.
yeah. But I still agree with that. It is like, you're introducing yourself to 80-year-olds and they go, oh, okay, how'd you spell that? X? The moment you say X as the first letter, they're out. They have no idea what you're even talking.
I'm being Chinese, y'all.
They will genuinely think you're called Shoe, as in SHOE.
That's fine. I'm good with that. I'll just have a billion different names. I went to Chat GBT today, just out of curiosity. I was like, who is X-Ray Girl? And then it goes, X-Ray Girl is blah, blah, blah. Her real name is Stephanie, which is not my real name. And I'm like, where did
You should have just left that out there as like a red herring.
Maybe I should be Stephanie, but then there's also actually a real Stephanie out there. My nerdy home, you know, so that could get really confusing.
There's plenty of Stephanies out there in the real world.
That's true. That's true. So, anywho,
that's always the thing. I always think it's actually, if someone asks a question or like say, "Is this your net?" Just agree. And it's just like if you just agree to everything, there'll be so many incorrect theories. It's like nobody really knows.
Absolutely. Nightmare for $2 says mod Dan Vask in honor of Pride Month. Oh, is he not a mod?
I tried to get him to play RimWorld on Twitter. He's like, "Do you like all things?" I'm like, "No, you would actually like RimWorld though. It's just past your cutoff date."
There you
gaming.
go. You're a mod, Dan. You have the power to ban people now, officially. Mountain Mutt, member for 13 months, says ban Epic Mike. He forced his feet upon us. When?
A forced feeding?
That's a different phrase. Step on me, Mike? No, don't do it. Please don't. I don't want to be stepped on by anyone.
He did say someone has offered him a significant amount of money to sit on a cake.
Is it after he ate his cake? Oh, well. How much? I'd sit on a cake.
I don't know.
For like
I didn't ask for
$1,000.
details. That was as much as I needed to know.
Yeah.
It was like obviously I turned them down.
For $1,000, y'all. Sneaky singing member for 14 months. Thank you for being a member, Sneaky. Okay, this is the last one before we continue because we haven't gotten to any of our topics, which I guess is on brand for Saucy. B for $200. There you go, X-Ray Girl. You are priceless. Thanks for being you. I bet on you to drink him.
Drink.
To outdrink him. Okay. Well, I did put a poll up. Who will be more drunk today? X-Ray Girl or Just Brew? I almost guarantee it's going to be me.
Well, that is a different question, though, than who can drink the most, though.
Oh, well, we could put that. Okay, let's do that. Who can drink the most? X or Disparu? If I put X and D without context, that might actually.
Well, there was back in the original days of the internet, people used to use sort of text-based emotes. So I'll put it in the private chat so you know what I'm talking about. But I used to use that
X
a lot. XD capital face.
Because it's like a
yeah. But I had one conversation, and I didn't realize for ages. It was like years later. I thought, because it was always a weird conversation that I had, thought back on it and only realized then what it meant. So I was using that, and they said, "What does this mean?" and put the XD face. But I was so used to reading the XD as an emote, I didn't understand what they meant. So they're like, "What does this mean?" I'm like, "What does what mean?" This XD, and I just keep reading it as an emote. So I don't have no idea what you mean. And every time they posted it, I am like auto-corrected it in my head to just a weird face. And it's the strangest conversation I've ever had with somebody
Oh my
because
god.
they're saying, "What does this mean?" I'm like, "I have no idea what you mean. What does this mean?" And so it just went back and forth, two people having no idea what the other one's saying.
Crazy, crazy. I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep up with the drinks in the chat. I'll think about it. At 75, I'm supposed to do 4. I don't think I can do 4 at this point.
I'm already past 4.
Okay. I'm on 2, guys. I'm on 2. I'm on 2, okay? We're getting there.
This is why it was a very, like, there is no need for a poll of who can outdrink who between me and Extra.
I mean, yeah, Disprove, you're winning. 72%. I'm at 28. I am so happy people believe in me. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, B, for the huge super chat. I'll be drinking to you soon. Anyways, okay, so let's get into maybe some of our topics. I know I titled this Hollywood is in Chaos. It's just kind of umbrella term everything. We have things like, and I thought this was crazy. Disper sent us this. Zoe Zeldanya says her Oscar statue is trans and goes by they, them pronouns. We have them in my office, and my office is gender fluid.
Would Oscar is gender fluid, and I just want to know which gender fluid it is. That was my main question.
Gender fluid.
Yeah, like I think it does matter which gender fluid it is. I have no problem with it being some kind of fluid. I just want to know what you're holding in your hands.
I think that movie that she was in, the trans movie, with the singing
musical.
Ugh, I saw the bits of the singing in the video. There was more than enough for me.
The better one was, because I think it was it an Italian that made it, and they just said it was set in Mexico, but it didn't have any Mexicans in it. And so there was a load of people in Mexico that did a spoof parody song pretending to be Italian, and they're just all Mexicans.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. I think though, if you can, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, between Italian and not Mexican, Spanish, you can speak to each other kind of in broken and be able to understand each other because the words are very similar too, right?
Yeah, I used to know someone that did like various different languages, and yeah, it's one of those things. The roots are similar enough that it's very easy to pick up other words in. I don't know whether it's specifically Italian.
Is it Latin base? I have no idea.
Most languages in sort of the West are either Latin or Germanic, and like English. This is one of the reasons that because people thought, well, English took off because they basically conquered the world. It's like, no, it's a combination of both Latin and Germanic, so it's the most flexible of languages.
Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian are similar.
There was a really interesting post on Twitter that somebody made where it said that the Germanic language is very sort of object focused, so everything's based in reality, and things are more powerful when you describe it in the Germanic language. That sort of the Germanic words, whereas the Latin is more kind of abstract. And that's what people use when they want to strip the word of meaning. So rather than saying lying, which would be German, they would say misinformation, which is Latin based. And so the more Latin words that people are using to you, probably the more likely they are to actually be lying to you and trying to convince you of something, because they're not speaking in the base form, they're speaking in the more abstract, removed version.
I think my whiskey's hitting me. All the words that you said were too smart for me in this moment.
Okay, that's one of the things. That's the kind of stuff I'm interested. Like,
I need
that's
to be
the kind of
sober
stuff
for
I
this
find
conversation.
interesting.
I'm still stuck on when you said Germanic. I thought you said dramatic.
No, Germanic.
Like I said, I'm a little too drunk for this conversation, but
it's just that Germans are very blunt. They will just tell you the thing. But that's based in their language. So your language it actually influences your thoughts and how you communicate, and it's far more like if there isn't a word for something, you can't think it. You don't have that concept. And so German is very just based in reality. It's a sort of a core language, whereas the Latin is very good at lying to people because it removes you from the real world into a more sort of ethereal kind of place.
I would love
like
to look into this in a linguistics basis because it's actually quite interesting, and I've never
it's the
really
difference
looked
between
into German.
misinformation and lying. Like lying is full of more meaning. There's even like a
Well, it's
negative
intent and
moral.
language too.
Yeah, but there's a negative, there's a sort of negative moral assumption that lying is bad. And so if you call someone a liar, you are saying they're a bad person. Whereas misinformation, it doesn't have any of that weight to it. And so misinformation could mean a whole range of things, which may not necessarily be bad.
But it's still lying. But
No,
if you don't know
because
you're lying,
no,
then you
because
don't know it,
lying
then it's not
implies
lying.
intent. Yeah, lying implies intent. Whereas misinformation is like, well, you could have just been taken in with bad information yourself, and then you spread it onto other people. So it's not your fault, but you should really stop doing that. It's more of a manipulative language.
I feel manipulated by Zoe Saldana saying that the Oscar statue is trans.
Well, this is just pure virtue signaling. That's the thing. There is absolutely no way that she doesn't even make sense with the words. It's just a piece of bronze or whatever it's made out of at this point. It could be plastic.
It's an it. It's not even a pronoun. Okay, there's no pronoun.
It is a pronoun. He, she, it are the pronouns.
There shouldn't be. Why are we arguing about a statue, Zoe? Thanks for making us do this.
It is just it is sort of a peak virtue signal of I'm even going to take this thing that I've used and then use it to show what a good person I am because I'm inclusive. I'm even inclusive of metals.
Yeah. We apparently need to give pronouns to inanimate objects now, which is
Isn't
wild.
the Oscar nude? I don't think the Oscar has.
Doesn't have clothes on. I think there's a little bit of a bump at the front, like a pee-pee bump.
Oh, it's a man.
Yeah, and there's the pecs. They have the pecs too, right? On the Oscar, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but he even has the male curve hips.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
the female would be the female would be the V.
Apparently, a lot of women are straight, like men too, like the straight. They don't have the curves, the hourglass shape.
They're fat.
Which is a lot of Hollywood.
Well, it's a lot of humans. That's one of my favorite things now, that humanity has basically cured hunger to such a point that a lot of humans have forgot what humans look like. And so they don't know the normal human shape because everybody is fat.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
True. So as a X-ray tech, we see a lot of this where no matter what, no matter the size, the skeletal aspect of a human is still average. There are very few people, very, very, very few people who are actually big boned. Okay.
Oh yeah. If you're fat and you have a problem with big bones, really what you have a problem with is big bones covered in meat and gravy. Like that's what you're saying.
Well, no, it is what I'm saying. Yes. Because
like if the camera adds 10 pounds, stop eating cameras.
Yeah. There's I think I've met maybe 2 people. So our X-ray board is at most 43 by 43 centimeters. Okay. And I've had 2 people where they did not fit side to side because they were actually big boned, like their pelvis X-ray.
You know how you have to stay still for an X-ray?
Yes.
Presumably, there are some kind of people, for whatever reason, whether it's like a mental illness or whatever, some people will not stay still. Do you have any kind of like restraints that can be used for X-ray?
Maybe.
Because I was thinking, like, the reason the babies go into the blender is to restrain them. So I was wondering if there was like an adult version.
No. So what we try to do is tape or with like
I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, we just gaffer tape them to the desk.
Or well, like that's like with toes and stuff, like little extremities. Like we'll use the tape or like tape their arm if they won't hold still for an X-ray. Then we sometimes use sheets to like restrain them, but we also do that with babies too, where there's a way to fold the sheet so that their arms aren't flying everywhere.
Oh no, I've seen those. Yeah, they like wrap them up and then they tape the thing, and they're just sort of like mummies.
Yeah, yeah. So I would say there's more restraints for children more than adults, because there are ways to take X-rays that minimize movement.
I just would have thought there are like lots of people that actually wouldn't stay still. Everything from criminals to mental illness to just people.
Oh, you know
don't
what's
understand.
funny? Anytime I get someone who's been arrested or a prisoner, they've always been good to us. It's the cops that they're not good to.
I've actually heard in those kind of situations, even the police say that when they're in a group, they're really kind of mouthy, they're all like arguing and everything. The moment you get them into a car on their own, everyone just kind of
because then they can relax. Because the thing is,
well, I think it's because they're not showing off to try and be the big hard man among all their friends.
Yeah, this is more of a vacation. I've heard from people that going to the hospital is a vacation for them, because then you don't have to worry about getting stabbed, getting into fights, that sort of stuff behind your back.
That actually makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Never really thought of it that way.
Yeah. But I've never had a huge problem. I think I only felt like I was in danger one time from someone who like literally just got arrested within a couple hours. So they're a little agitated still. He was not very happy with police. And then
presumably they stay in the room, do they? When you
the police stay in the room unless the person's so one will be behind the control panel with me and one will be at the door.
Yeah.
In case they try to run. So
I know over here there is the signs all over hospitals that if you're violent to the staff, you'll be immediately ejected and all this kind of stuff. But from what I gather, it's mainly just drunk people, which are arsey to hospital people.
You know, the worst is actually not even drunk people. I can deal with drunk people because they're predictable or more predictable. It's people with Alzheimer's or because they're obviously not in their right mind. And if they don't know what's going on around them, they end up being violent and they yell a lot. And like it's just the way.
That's gonna be me when I'm older. Like I'm gonna forget all the future years. I'm gonna regress back to like watching Valma or something, and like all of my worst memories will just come to the forefront. I'm just gonna reset to the worst TV of my life.
Manor, please.
No, that wouldn't make me violent. I'd be wetting myself, which is an entirely different problem. Which at that point, by the time I'm like 88, I'm probably already prepared for that. So.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
I think it was the in-betweeners that said that was one of the greatest things about getting old. It's like you can just piss yourself and no one cares.
Yeah. Or puke on yourself. Or
oh no, I'm not gonna do that. Listen, there's nothing fun about
that. I will tell you, and I think I wonder if I told you on Saucy. But the worst pee story I ever had. I have two of them. I had a guy where he could stand, and I was like, we're here doing the chest x-ray. Like, I don't know why you can't wait. But he's like, I need to pee right now. So I got him a urinal, and he ended up taking himself, like, pulled down his pants, and I thought, okay, he's going to grab the urinal from my hand. But he takes himself and puts his thing in the urinal and starts peeing while I'm holding it.
Someone's got to.
And I thought he was gonna hold it. And I'm just standing there and I'm looking at my partner. To be fair,
you held it, and he's just like, well, I suppose this is happening.
I thought he was just gonna grab it and then do his thing.
Well, you're the one that held it for him. It seems like you volunteered.
No. It was really weird.
I did have like an ultrasound at one point, and they're like, no, you gotta drink loads of water and don't go. And then you go to the hospital, and the UK hospitals, you can be in there all day. And they're like, no, whatever, you don't go. So I'm in agony by this point. And then after it's all over, she went, you can go now. Came back, scanned it again. And then she went, bloody hell, you must have needed to go. I'm like, yes, I was in pain during the entire thing. This is why it's important to keep you pissing time.
No, it's so true. And everyone is different. I would say that, like, I know I can fill my bladder within 20 minutes with the way I drink water.
Just like a pee.
Yeah, and that would be like a huge pee for me. But like for some people, you need to hold it for a whole hour. So maybe you're one of those people like me.
Oh, this
that's
one,
20
yeah, it was
minutes
like
involved.
drink this many liters this long before you went, and then it like there was just a queue. What it always is. You go in there, you could be hours late.
Mhm. And can you imagine those pregnant women because in the abdomen or scan that they have to like hold their pee? And you're like, can you just pee a little bit and stop? Who has ever peed a little bit and stopped? Like, tell me.
I mean, it is possible.
It is possible, but it's very improbable, which is the better word for it.
I think men are probably more used to it, because otherwise you end up in a me, myself, and Irene scenario. If you've ever seen that movie.
No.
Okay, you should watch it. It's a really good movie.
Okay.
But there's a scene in that where he's just being with a woman, and then he goes into the bathroom, pees, goes straight over his shoulder. And then he's like trying to control it, and it like goes over there. So he gets the shower curtain, and he's trying to use the shower curtain to filter it down into the toilet. And then she's like, "Oh, you're awake. How are you?" Like, and he's like, "Sharon." It's like, "Yes." "Why am I peeing like I've just had sex?" And it was like, this is the thing women don't understand. When a guy stands in front of that thing, this is probably less of a problem for Americans due to American cultural stuff. But you have no idea where that thing's gonna go. It just happened.
I'm so glad I'm a girl. So glad I'm a girl. Anyways, well,
You get to drip dry.
okay, guys, when after sex, they don't know where their pee is. Girls always pee after sex because you might get a UTI. We're learning so many things here.
I didn't know that bit. That's not really my area.
No, I'm so glad for that. Anywho, I guess the world is still on fire.
She's completely thrown. I have no idea.
I did not know we were going to go in that direction. So, but
you should watch Me, Myself, and Irene, though. It's pissing hilarious.
I think so.
It's about a guy who's schizophrenic with multiple personalities, and neither one can remember what the other one has done. And then he meets this woman, and just hilarity happens.
So it's like a funny, like mirror movie.
Yeah, it's I can't remember his name. The guy from Liar Liar.
Jim Carrey.
Yes.
I love Jim Carrey.
Awesome movie. Yeah. If you like Jim Carrey movies, you'll like this one.
Okay. Okay, let's start light. We'll finish with Will Smith. But let's see who we have here. More Hollywood stuff. Joe. We'll go with Joe. So Joe Locke, he did a Variety interview. And he's worried about being boxed in to only playing queer roles.
Which is strange, because I thought he would have absolutely been adored to be boxed in by
But okay, let's just go with what Hollywood has said. You have to be gay for this gay role. You have to be straight for this straight role. You have to be lesbian for this lesbian role. You have to be bi for this bi role. I'm sorry, if we're going by Hollywood rules, you are only allowed to do queer roles.
That is something that I've kind of been convinced more on. And it is a case of when they were like, no, all of this is really important. All of this brings sort of some kind of unique identity to it. It's an experience that nobody else can replicate. I'm like, oh, okay, that actually does make a lot of sense. Like, Americans and English, the more I've spoken to Americans, I realize, despite the culture seeming the same, are utterly different. We have utterly different value systems and ways of behaving naturally and how we would handle situations. And it was with something like Harry Potter. If you want Harry Potter to feel like an English school, filling it full of English people just makes sense. Because if you fill it full of Americans, it wouldn't feel English. And if you fill it full of Americans pretending to be English, they wouldn't know how to be English because they're not. So it is something that I've kind of been more convinced on. And it is, if you think of like Cutie Gatwa in Doctor Who, the moment he tried to pretend he was straight, most unbelievable thing in the world.
That just shows how bad of a actor you are. Did you ever watch Modern Family?
Yeah. Well, I have to.
The gay couple. Which one do you think is really gay?
Oh no, I've never seen that. We had a show called My Family, which is what I was thinking of.
Okay. I'm gonna show you Modern Family gay couple. Because there are people who could emulate a gay character or a straight character. And that's called
Yes.
acting, right? You
Yeah,
know?
but there are limits to the people that can do that. And this guy can't. You can look
Well,
at him
the
and
Shooty
immediately
can.
know. Like
Yeah.
there are some gay people who are just they're gay and you would never know until you saw them with another bloke. And then there are people that look like they came out of the womb doing pirouettes.
Okay. Tell me, between just looking at this, who do you think is the gay one out of these two? Since you've never really watched.
I would say both of them, but definitely the right one.
He's straight.
They both look. I don't trust either of them.
The one on the left is gay. Like, actually.
I think, yeah, I would say both of them are.
No, he's gay. The one on the right, so
this was a question of which one is more, but I would expect both of them to be.
Yeah, so you think the right one's more gay or the left one's more gay?
Look, the problem with fat people is it throws everything off, right? It does. It makes everything harder to tell.
But
I think the guy on the right suffers from the same kind of issue as Chris Evans.
So he's straight. He puts on these paisley cuffs and is able to embody the most gay character. And he's actually more flaming than the guy on the left, at least in the show.
Yeah. There was a whole I think it was probably an American reality TV show, and it was one woman, load of guys, and she had to guess. She got the money as long as she chose a straight guy. And so all the dates and everything was to try and determine who was straight and who wasn't. And the guy she chose was basically the most masculine Chad you could possibly think of in the world.
Was he gay?
Yeah, he won. And out of everyone, I would like, that's the guy that absolutely 100% isn't. It's like anything. When people say, like masculinity and femininity are a spectrum. You do get effeminate men and you do get masculine. And obviously, just because someone's a masculine man doesn't mean they're not gay.
Yes.
Like, nobody says that.
Feminine woman.
It is very hard for a really effeminate man to act like a really masculine man. And that's what you're asking them to do when you're saying pretend not to. Like, this guy obviously had no problems pretending he was straight. But there is no way that the guy in Agatha Harkness, who wore the, what was it, the
oh my
witch's
God, that costume was so ugly.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it was an accurate costume. And then she went, "Oh, you look amazing." It's like, yes, it's my cheekbones. There is no way that guy will ever be anything else than typecast in that role because you're not believable in it. And he couldn't act anything else.
He would have to. Okay, I think he would have to go from a super twinky looking guy because, I mean, there's very
apparently
few people
there's a
who
name for this.
Twink.
Somebody posted underneath the comment of this. So, are you a twunk now? And he went, no.
What's a twunk?
It's where a twink turns into like a muscly guy. And he said no. So he's not even saying he's going to change how he is. He's not going to put on muscle or anything. He just wants to do different roles. And the thing is, if you look at Jason Statham knows what he's good for. He knows his role, he knows his lane, and he does it really well. He does action movies. They're normally low budget. They're very decent. It's just him beating people up, and that's what he does. And I don't understand why actors have a problem with that. Like, this guy's like, I don't want to be typecast. It's like, well, this is just what you're best at.
I'm sorry. This is just what... Yeah. We already have a Michael Cera in the world, and Michael Cera is not getting roles.
Yeah, it's like, if you think of Arnold Schwarzenegger, he did really well in, like, the Terminator role, Conan the Barbarian. And it's kind of... The only reason that he worked in things like Kindergarten Cop is because it was such a weird thing. Yeah, but it was only because it was weird to see a big, massive, muscly bloke in that role. It was kind of the absurdity of it made it work in comedy. But if you saw Arnold Schwarzenegger do Brokeback Mountain, it would be really weird. That's the kind of role you're asking for something in reverse. This would be like asking the guy in Agatha to do Terminator.
I would
No, it
love
wouldn't
to
work.
see his version of that. Like, please. Maybe
I
in
mean,
a
he could
parody
probably do
movie.
Terminator 3, which, if you've not seen it, was the liquid metal woman.
Yes.
Just like wearing red leather. He would probably, that's the kind of role that he's suited for.
Yes. Please do. I'm down for this.
No one would watch it, but there is probably a niche streaming platform.
So wait, in this
18 plus.
interview, was Cox interviewing Joe?
Would
Sorry,
you like to
Charlie
rephrase?
Cox interviewing Joe Locke.
Yes.
Sorry, I probably
It's
should
not the
have
first
said
time he's been in the room with Cox.
Charlie, well, fully exposed and all. Let's just watch this.
What it is, it's Variety doing actors on actors, and they just two actors in a room. There was one recently with a guy from Severance and a woman from I can't remember what it was a comedy show about consultants. Really funny, actually. One of the few American comedies I like. And they couldn't act like people or talk like people. They just came across as actors talking to each other. But a lot of them, this is where they try and come across like really nice, likable people. It's a PR exercise. So Rachel Zegler did one of these with The Little Mermaid. It's that kind of rehabbing
with
your
Hallie. Yeah. I remember that. All right, let's see what they have to say.
At the moment, I'm so worried about being boxed in, and I'm really grateful that I've been able to play loads of great queer characters, but I don't want that to define my career.
Understood.
I look at like Colin Domingo. He is an incredibly openly queer person. His casting is so diverse and so different, which I think is so like great. Like he plays the abusive husband in The Color Purple, and then plays like an amazing character in other things. The whole point of representation is to change people's opinions about things, and you can't do that with like positive representation where it's just like a part of them.
Yeah.
And I hope that's what it's great that Marvel felt willing to have that sort of representation on screen.
That is very cool. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're too talented to be boxed in.
Thanks.
Firstly,
Now,
he's lying to you.
I think so. Look at the way he was sitting. Between the two, they're both crossing their legs. Joe was like leaned forward. I mean, as I'm not a man, how comfortable is that as a man to cross your legs and lean forward? Whereas Charlie Cox, he had the legs crossed, but at least he was leaning back. There was room for stuff.
Yeah, look, the way a man crosses their legs, say that's your left leg, your right leg comes out and your foot goes over your leg. So you form like a triangle, so there's a space. If you cross your leg with one over the other, I don't know how that's physically possible for people. I don't know how that works. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't have a bump to contend with.
There's a reason they call that ladylike. Well, even the reason they call that ladylike is because it covers yourself. So if somebody sees up your skirt, they don't see anything. It's not meant to... It's designed for a reason. There's no reason for blokes to do that because you're wearing trousers. So it is almost you're taking on... It's weird when people say things are cultural, because that is kind of just cultural to protect your dignity, but you're mimicking female behavior that's done to preserve their dignity. It's not like... It was never a comfort thing for a bloke. I think what that is it's probably the whole taking up space stuff has affected them, and like, no, I want to... Like, do you remember there was a Pedro Pascal interview, and he's like, I just want to be on the right side of history, and he's kind of making himself really small, and he's hugging himself and shrinking himself. I think that's why they do it.
I have no clue. I don't have the parts. As a woman, I don't like crossing my arms. It's actually very uncomfortable. So, I got things in between. So that's how I look at it.
I don't think that he's the kind of guy to have massive chest muscles. Doesn't look.
No. I'm trying to relate. As a woman, this is the thing I can relate with.
Well, the only difference is the stuff between your legs is far more sensitive. Like, you do not want to crush them.
No, I don't think so. No.
But yeah, this whole point, I don't know, because even then, if you notice, positive representation is about changing people's minds. So even that, he doesn't see acting as making art or making something entertaining or really pleasing the audience. The only reason he wants to do other roles is so that I can manipulate you, I can change your opinion on things, I can use that as a platform to push my message on you. That was what he was saying there.
And that's bad reason to want to do jobs. I think,
Yeah.
like I just want
It's
to
not that he was the
emulate this
best.
role.
It's not that he thought I can be a really good action star. It was like, no, if I'm an action star, they will think, well, now gay people can do this. Like, well, no one's even really said that. I've never even heard anyone go, even suggest that. I don't even know what Jason Statham is. He's just a good action star. I don't know whether he's married or anything. That didn't even cross my mind until this moment. But if I saw him as an action star, I'd be like, this is ridiculous. I would say the same thing about him that I said about Ballerina. It just doesn't make any sense. You're clearly not capable of it. I've been watching just today, Mercy for No One, I think it's called, on Netflix, and it was interesting. The entire first episode, no women in it at all, because it's about gang wars, and these are just people that go around beating the crap out of each other. But then in the second episode, that's when it started to sort of look behind the scenes, and you found out like the administration or sort of the strategy or the managing of people, the more social aspects. That's where all the women came into the roles. And this is what Korean movies do. They, all the people act like people and they fulfill roles that they would in real life. They don't go, no, we really need to get these women into the, fighting with these men. It's like, no, because they'll just die. It wouldn't make any sense. It makes it less believable. But people like him, they're like, no, I want it. He doesn't care about the believability. He just wants to prove that he can do it. But you're not proving anything because you're just pretending to do it.
Yep. And I mean, as Gary calls them, they're adult pretenders. So are you good at pretending or are you not good at pretending? I mean, we've seen different levels of acting, and some people are just good at embodying the role. Some people are typecast. We've seen who gets typecast a lot. The chicken guy from Breaking Bad. He's in the same role every time, but it works for him.
Yeah, he plays the exact same character. And actually, if you go back to his earlier career, periodically, clips of him from older movies will crop up. And he's amazing. He's a great actor. There was one where he was playing this street hood kind of character, and it just worked. And you from all the stuff I have seen of him, I would not expect him to be able to play that kind of ghetto kind of actor. But it was great, really believable.
Oh yes, Giancarlo. Thank you. I think
Sean Bean. He played there was a show called Legends where he was playing an undercover role in each episode, and each episode he had to play an entirely different person. I think he's one of the best actors we've got.
Really?
Yeah, he utterly believable in every different place I've ever seen him. Which
oh my god, what is
why
the
it's
most
upsetting that he always
versatile
dies.
actor? Who is the most versatile actor? I'm trying to think of this. Chat, help me. Who would be able to do all the different types? Just judging by their repertoire.
I think Sean Bean is a good one, but also who's the guy that played Raymond Reddington? He was also in the original Stargate movie.
Real answers, not Pedro Pascal. Okay, guys. Gary Oldman. I'm seeing a lot of Gary Oldman in the chat right now. Daniel Day-Lewis. Andy Serkis.
James Spader. When he was in The Blacklist, well, I've already seen him in loads of different things, but when he was in The Blacklist, he played sort of this villain that came across but he was one of those kind of friendly villains. So he'd have a story for everything and keep people talking. But then there was one moment where he played this really, really camp art exhibitor. It just fit into the role perfectly. And it was he'd been that camp his entire life kind of thing. So I think James Spader could do it.
Okay. Interesting. So we have Viggo Martinson in the chat. Dylan Mulvaney, FU. I'm kidding. I highly doubt that.
Well, to be fair, Dylan has been most things in his life.
That's true. Christian Bale.
He
Johnny
really
Depp.
commits to stuff. Yeah.
I can see Johnny Depp. Andy Serkis, Goggins, Gary Oldman. So there's quite a few. I've been trying to think who I think is the most versatile actor or actress.
Tom Cruise has done a lot in his life as well.
Tom Cruise is up there.
You don't always remember it because of most recently he's just done Mission Impossible stuff.
All the action-ish roles.
There has been comments that some people are just glad Mission Impossible ended because they wanted to get back to what he used to do.
Yeah.
It's a fair point.
Robert Downey Jr. Okay. I gotta give it to him because between like his more recent stuff, and then you throw in Tropic Thunder. That was what, like, I did not know that was Robert Downey Jr. until afterwards. I mean, and Tom Cruise as well, by the way. That was also good on Tom Cruise. You know, surprise roles. But
Yeah, people have said it before about Iron Man, and I actually think Robert Downey Jr. is probably one
Iron
of the
Man.
main. But I think it's one of the main reasons that Disney hasn't recast people. Is what they said is a lot of people you'll ask, well, who's the best Batman, or who could be the next Batman? Whereas when it comes to that, people will ask, who's the next Robert Downey Jr.? Who could
I can't think of any.
live up to him? Nobody will ask who's the next Iron Man, because he was so good in that role, he took over the role. Whereas a lot of people become Batman, Iron Man became Robert Downey Jr. essentially.
Well, Iron Man wasn't an A character in Marvel until RDJ did the character. I think,
Yeah.
right? From what I heard.
He was a character from the comic books, obviously, but he
Well,
wasn't
obviously,
a
but
big star.
maybe a B or a C. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the comic lovers can tell
Well-
me, but he wasn't a major character.
The thing is, I often think that the people that know the comic books greatly overestimate the general sort of penetration of knowledge to normies. I am absolutely normally when it comes to any of the superhero stuff. I don't think I even knew anything like Captain America or anything. Comics were definitely bigger in America, but when it comes to international, the UK and stuff,
Yeah.
Ant-Man, all of that kind of stuff were all entirely new to me.
Over the head.
And I was just judging superheroes based off how cool I thought their powers were. What
No,
I knew were people like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, X-Men, Spider-Man.
Yes. I didn't even know Iron Man existed until the first movie. And I have to say, to go from billionaire bad boy to kind of relatable and using his money for good, that I think that story really was compelling to a lot of people. Because, I mean, who doesn't want to relate to someone who is in those shoes, you know? Even if he's rich, realizing the potential and the power that you can have to change things, even though you've done bad and you want to rewrite those things. And I think that that story in itself is something that we all maybe have gone through, probably have gone through, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, for a bloke, it has all the kind of attraction of like a James Bond character. It is the intelligent guy living the life of luxury, gets the women, can do basically whatever he wants, but still ends up doing the right thing and saving other people despite never having to, because of the right thing to do. I'm like, for me, the main part of his story wasn't so much changing from being the arms dealer to the good guy. It was, I think it's just relatable that you're like, well, this guy gets a load of money. Like, it's when the Black Widow scene when she first appears and she just flips the other guy over. Well, she walks into the room like hot and she's already got his attention, but then she flips the other guy over, the security guard, onto his back, and he just looks at the secretary and goes, "I want one." She's like, "No." It's like everything
No.
about that scene. Every single guy be like, "Oh, it'd be exactly the same."
Yep. Now I want to highlight this. Matt Smith. I
I
never
didn't know he was in
anticipated him
Morbius.
being such a great actor, but we got like Doctor Who, levity, a little dark, happy most of the time. Then we got his version in House of the Dragon. I don't know who he was in Morbius, but like I'm kind of excited for his movie. I think it's coming out this year. The one where he filmed in New York, or at least in America. Shoot, what was it called?
The thing with Matt Smith is I didn't like him in Doctor Who because he started, and now I know it wasn't his fault, but the whole fish fingers and custard thing at the start of his series, it just turned the series into a kid show, and I liked the more David Tennant, Christopher Eccleston, dark. I will give you one chance to change your mind, and then I will wipe out your entire species. Like the living embodiment of justice, the sort of the judge and executioner of justice. And he changed that into more of a kid show. So I never liked him. And then,
oh yeah, and he was in The Crown. I forgot about that.
but then he did the Game of Thrones series, and he was the only thing I liked in that whole thing.
Yes. Yes.
That's when I saw the darker side of what he could act. I'm like, oh, you are just a great actor.
Versatile for
yeah.
sure.
So I like it. You could have been this in Doctor Who, and I would have thought it was amazing.
I wish that he was more like that. I haven't gotten to that, but with you saying that, like the crazy part with how Doctor Who is so enigmatic to me is that despite his levity and the adventures he goes on, the happy-go-lucky, it gives a bit of a 3D aspect to him, that he has that dark side and he has to battle that dark side. His whole species was basically killed. And so
I think that's the key difference why entertainment is crap now. Because people went through a long time where people were like, oh, you have to battle your dark side. I'm like, no. There's different layers of morality, and you have some people stop at the sort of the care-based harm avoidance thing, which is kind of the more motherly stuff. We all need to get along. We're all equal. We're all fair, and we have to work together because we're all stuck on each other. But then, as you got through, morality essentially evolved into, well, now I'm going out into the wider world. I'm dealing with more harmful people. Things have to happen to people. People have to be. Horrible stuff has to be happen to horrible people. That's what the scales of justice require. And you need the people that can make the hard choices to deal with those horrible people. Because otherwise they will destroy your society and they will harm these innocent people. And like Star Trek had it. So Star Trek was all like kind of peace and love and everything. But then you had Section 31 that allowed that to exist. Because
that was disgusting.
No, but I mean the actual thing in the series. They were the ones that took on the hard choices to allow the more like morally whole people to they wouldn't be able to exist without Section 31. And I've always liked that thing. And what the Doctor was, he was the most intelligent, best person, the most moral person that went around the universe. And if you were a horrific person, he would be the scales of justice, because only he could punish you because you had that. Like, no one else could punish the Daleks. They would just destroy the universe. So he would wipe them out. Like, if I ever meet you, I will wipe you off the face of the universe. And that was good. I like now in entertainment that is deemed to be wrong, and it's like, no, you need that. It's just that is a niche element of humanity that is required, that everyone else can be the moral nice people.
The crazy part is that the people who are deeming it wrong are the people that are embodying those qualities.
The Daleks. No, they're the people that would embodying the Daleks. That's why they hate the guy that would punish them.
No. In their head, they think they're good, moral, and all this.
Oh yeah, but I don't care what people think of themselves. I care what they are.
But that's crazy. Like the literal crazy. They think they're being like Doctor Who, but they're being the gatekeeper. They're like, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's right. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. And
yeah, I mean that. Well, that's why I've called it like a moral inversion. You essentially have a load of people who have the exact opposite morality of me. Like it's not like before people are like, oh well, I can kind of see your point. I just think you're wrong. Now, it's the polar opposites. And that's why when they write heroes, they write them as villains, and when they write villains, they write them as heroes.
And on top of that, if you are wrong, you are evil, I hate you, and you should not belong, and, words that I probably should not say on YouTube.
Well, I mean, yes, but I don't know another word for someone that has the opposite morality to me than evil. I don't even have a different word for it. Like evil exists, evil people exist, people that want to do evil exist. I have no problem with using the word evil for evil deeds. The thing is, you just disagree on what it is. From their perspective, you'd be evil. From my perspective, they'd be evil.
Yeah, and they think in their perspective that it is morally right. And I think that you can have different opinions on a movie. We'll just keep this in a movie context. And some people are like, it's okay to like a bad movie. I love bad movies as a girl. I love a lot of bad movies that I like to rewatch, and I get that. Do I care your opinion? No. Do I think that I have a bad opinion? Yes, and that's okay. But I think that the moral of the story is that they can't empathize with other people and see outside of their worldview that it's okay to have different opinions, because as soon as you have a different opinion to them, you're against them. And I think that's a sad way to view the world.
Yeah, it is a very weird thing how people get so arsey if you like a movie they don't, or don't like a movie they do. I've never really got that.
No, it's
Uh,
crazy. It's a movie. What the
Well,
heck?
this is why they always let it know, like, no, I love Willow. I had a great time playing watching Willow. But I think I judge things differently than other people. So a lot of people seem to start the scale when they watch a TV show at 5, and they either go up if they like it or down if they don't like it. I start at 0, and then I only go up if you entertain me. And so I would give Willow more marks than Andor, because I enjoyed watching Willow,
It was
whereas Andor,
entertaining.
I didn't enjoy it at all. So I start at a 0, and if you're boring, you don't go up. Whereas a lot of people start at 5 and be like, well, if it's just boring, it just stays mediocre, because it didn't push me either way. And I think that's the key. Some people don't understand that other people judge things differently. They have different scales for things and different.
Absolutely. It's like Acolyte. I enjoyed that more than Ahsoka, but I thought it was funnier than Ahsoka.
Yes. Yeah. Like, I don't really care if I enjoy a series because it's really bad and funny, or I enjoy a series because it's really good. If I'm getting enjoyment out of it, I don't really mind where it's coming from.
As long as I'm entertained. Are you entertained?
Well, yeah, and also my opinion is also influenced by, if I have a lot of fun making the reviews or something, then I feel better about the series. I'm sure if I didn't make the videos, I'd have different opinions on stuff.
Absolutely. You know who didn't enjoy their time on Marvel? Or maybe not. I don't know. Scarlett Johansson asked Marvel to remove her executive producer credit from Thunderbolts because she wasn't involved.
I don't know if you've got them. If not, I can get them. There was a few other people that have also come out with a similar opinion.
No, who is this?
They didn't remove themselves from the credits, but Scarlett Johansson basically, she's tried to. I think she said, "I got my name removed because I wasn't really nothing to do with the movie and stuff." But as far as I'm aware, during the writing strikes and everything, you get paid more for having that credit. So you want as many of those credits as possible because you get money for it.
She doesn't want to be even associated with it because despite the money, it's not worth having your name on these projects.
Yeah, but it's kind of the reputational damage is presumably what she was thinking of, and she kind of came up with a different excuse of why it was allowed. But then you had other people. And I can find the
no,
link.
it's all good. Find them if you can. If not, that's okay. But
it's in my bookmarks. I'll just search for it.
Even if we think of the Thunderbolts, which is actually the best Marvel movie in the last 2 years, shall I say? In the last 2 years,
I didn't watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because I didn't like 2.
Oh wait, 3 is better than this. You're right. 3 is better than this.
Yeah.
Okay, 2025.
If you only take the Marvel movies that I've seen, I think it's probably the best since Endgame. And that's the ones that I've seen. So I didn't watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It also excludes the Sony Spider-Man stuff.
Fair.
But I preferred it to Multiverse of Madness, Thor Love and Thunder, Ant-Man Quantumania. I preferred it to a lot of things. But this is the problem. None of that is a compliment. I just really hated those movies. That's the thing.
It's like the best of the worst.
Yeah.
And I would put Spider-Man above this. I would put Guardians of the Galaxy 3 above this. But I'm trying to think, is there anything else that goes above this? Probably not. But it's the best of the worst. And Scarlett Johansson, I respect this move, okay? Morals standing and all.
The thing is, this came out, right? So presumably she didn't actually succeed in getting it removed. Because everyone said she asked them to remove it. But the fact that they were asking her about the movie in the first place presumably means she's on the credits. Because otherwise, why would you ask about Thunderbolts? She's nothing to do with the movie.
I don't watch the credits enough to know if she's on it, but
I think she's on it.
But we've retconned a credit. We've retconned movies, we've retconned TV shows, deleted TV show episodes. We can retcon Scarlett Johansson in the credits, okay? It's not a huge deal. And if she gets it, I think that this is a better move for her. Can she regain her celebrity status? I guess we'll find out with Jurassic Park. But I honestly think she should just get married, have children, do the thing that women do and disappear into obscurity and just enjoy your family. I think she's had a great run and it's not a bad time to retire. from acting.
I would have asked her to retire the moment she said, when I was doing Black Widow in Marvel, I was really over-sexualized, and I think that's wrong. I'm like, oh, that's interesting how you say that the moment that nobody wants you for being attractive anymore.
Well, yes. And the thing is, she can go into her 40s and probably still, like Salma Hayek, attract people in these roles. But
Yeah,
she just
as a
try to
mom,
yell at people.
like, this is the problem, and the same is true for men, right? There used to be a case where you would start at the start of your career and you would do a certain role, and then as you aged, you would move into other roles, and younger people would move into what you used to be. So the TNA character, which is what she was in Black Widow, would be replaced by another 22-year-old who would then also move into the later roles of being a mom and everything else. The men would
life.
move. Yeah, the men would move from being like young action stars, presumably into other older roles as time went on, although their life in Hollywood was generally more extended than the TNA characters. Now, since women were like, well, no, I can be hot at 40. Like, can you be hotter than a 22-year-old? But even if you want to say yes, what you've done is you've blocked the next generation of actresses, and you don't have them anymore. There are no 22-year-olds up and coming that can fulfill those roles anymore. The same with the men. Because now all our action stars are 68, there are no 22-year-old masculine men that could be the next Die Hard character. Yeah, this is the point. They're all twinks. And this is why, when you've got the variety guy going, I can be that, it's like, well, probably as much as Timothée Chalamet can, both of you would be stupid in a Die Hard movie. Neither of you would make any sense.
Yeah. And I think this is the hard thing. Can women tell the truth? I think women in general, women tend to do this in front of each other's faces. We boost each other up and then behind each other's backs. Tell me, women, is this wrong? Some people will be like, F her, she's ugly, fat, blah, 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 blah. Generic phrases here. Women are one of the worst when it comes to building each other up, both in front and behind each other's backs.
Yeah, it is wrong when people say the sisterhood doesn't exist, because it does, but only when men talk about women. It exists to protect women from men. So if you say something about women, all the women will line up and join forces to be as one unified force.
And
then the moment the man leaves, they will annihilate each other. That's why some people say the sisterhood doesn't exist. It does, just only versus men. But
in public,
it is a different way of being. Like, it's more concerned about essentially social perception, whereas men are more, I'm a product of my deeds. Nobody cares what, like,
they're more
nobody.
blunt,
There is no perception of men. You are just what you do, and so you have no other choice but to do it. Whereas with women, it's more. This is why men, if they don't like you, they will punch you in the face. Women will destroy your reputation behind your back, and they will go around and talk to all the people you know.
You punch each other in the face, you're fine, right?
Well, yeah. Again, everything comes from evolutionary terms. So men would put their lives in other men's hands. You can't go into a hunt that could kill you with a guy that you can't trust. So you had to find a way. You had to evolve a moral way to clear the air and then be okay with each other and then move forward. Whereas with women, you were in a tribe and you needed other people to protect you from like all of the dangers. You all had to gang up together. And also, they would be looking after your kids. And you couldn't piss these people off, because if they ejected you from the tribe, you died. There was no other option. So everybody had to avoid all kind of consequences for anything that happened, and everyone all had to pretend they got on, even if they really hated each other.
Yep.
But at the same time, they had to compete with the same mating pool, so they had to drag others down
to pull themselves up. So, Disper, what is this?
Okay, so you had Black Widow going, I want my name off that show because I don't want my name attached to that. And then David Harbour, where on earth is my mouse? There it is. David Harbour came out, and he's relieved to be leaving Stranger Things after 10 years because you have to play a lot of the same beat. While I love the series so much, buddies of mine kept going, after you've done it for that many years, you'll want to leave. Never! I love all these guys so much! And then you start thinking, yeah, how much story is there left in this series? He's only on, like, what is it, 5?
Season 5, I thought, yeah.
Of 8 episodes? Now, an old series used to have 22 episodes. So they're essentially a season and a half into this show. And he's already like, there is no more story here. We can't keep going. You have to
I'm
play
sorry,
the same
some
beat.
seasons have been 20 seasons. Sit down.
Well, this is the thing. Star Trek, 22 episodes over like 9 series. The Next Generation, about 9 series or something of 22 episodes. Whereas in this, the creativity isn't there. Even now, he's on about characters doing the same thing. We're doing the same beat. Like, I want to take risks. I want to do something that people haven't seen me do before. But because it's taken him 10 years to essentially do 40 episodes of television, like 2 series worth, it's like, no, I want to go now.
But like, okay, so 10 years, 5 seasons, how much work are you doing within the year is my question.
It can't be that much. They do like, what, an hour show?
An hour, and how many days of filming is this? How many days? Okay, days of filming / like prepping for the role. We'll give it that.
It just
Is
can't
it
be
half
that much
a
because...
year?
Well, most shows used to do like 45-minute episodes, and they do 22 of them in 6 months. Because you need 6 months to edit and everything else.
Just chill. You're fine. This is great. If anything, you should be happy that you still have work from this show. Like,
yeah, now, to be fair to him, I don't think he's complaining about the money or anything else. This seems to be more like a creative thing of, I feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again, which I think is more a critique of the writers. That they haven't evolved his character over these episodes, and he's bored.
which one's David Harbour?
He's one of the fathers.
Oh, so he's not a huge role.
No, he's not one of the kids or anything, obviously.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just one of the kids. Okay,
No.
okay.
No. But it's interesting.
The cop. It's the cop guy.
Yeah, that's
because he got cucked.
Did he? I can't remember that. I can't remember much of the series, to be honest.
Well, no, he was just
once the show's gone on for
wrong.
10 years and you've been releasing a series once every 2 or 3, I forget.
Season 3, he just was kind of like a blubbering idiot. If I remember correctly, chat.
That makes
I could see why he could say these things then. Okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting to me that you have Black Widow going, I don't want my name to attach to this because it's crap. David Harbour coming out and going, they're essentially not creative enough to give my character enough things to work with over 40 episodes. And then you had Bryce Dallas Howard. I've never been shocked by flops like Argyle because you can always see it coming while you're making it. It's really seeming to me like all of the actors and the actresses know what's happening in Hollywood. And they can tell as they're making it.
That's why they try to play the game, though. Which I respect.
Well, I mean, they're getting paid, right? They're putting no money up front. They're not risking anything. It's just a paycheck to them. The question I have is, if your actors and actresses know what they're making is awful when they're doing it, if they don't like doing it because they're bored or whatever, if they can't be the only ones, you've got to have the cameramen going, this is awful. It's like, how does everybody know what they're making is awful, but nobody knows how to fix it?
Set people, makeup artists. I guarantee you, I'm sure people have heard it, that there are people being like, this is absolute crap. But guess what? It pays the bills. And it's hard to judge that publicly when it threatens your income.
But if we all know it's awful, and everyone on the set is filming this same thing going, this is crap, why does nobody have any ideas how to fix it? Why, when they're writing this stuff, does no one go, actually, I don't think that'll work?
Well, guess what? I'm sure people have said it, and the reason people don't talk about it is because maybe someone who said it got fired. Or didn't get the next job. Because guess what? Reputation matters in this world. And unfortunately, it means that if you are out of the line with an opinion, they hate you.
There was an interesting comment from Russell T. Davis who said, no one would dare say anything to me. Like, what? It's like, no. I'm privileged to be at a point in my career where nobody says no to me. No one would question me. They just let me get on with it. Because you would have to have, I can't remember what he said. It wasn't like a strong spine, but that's kind of what he meant. Like, you'd have to have a really big set of balls to ever tell me that I was doing the wrong thing. And it does seem like there's just some people who are so powerful in Hollywood. Everyone just, yeah, whatever you want. And then they're like, this is a really bad idea.
Well, look at Harvey Weinstein, okay? He was able to do what he did for years.
Yeah, but what did he really do?
Years and years.
I don't know his story that well. But was it just, if you sleep with me, I will give you a part in this movie?
Yes. You will get more access, more roles, more whatever, doing these types of things. But
so he was never accused of like forcing himself on anybody then?
I mean,
that's
I don't
what
know.
I've never been sure of.
I don't know. That is, I think a lot of people's regret to gain what they wanted plays a huge role in this, especially with #MeToo.
No, I completely agree with that. I mean more, because he's gone through the court procedure, I more meant, has he been found guilty of it? Accusations don't really mean anything to me. Until it goes through a court proceeding, it's your word against his as far as
I mean,
I'm
he's
concerned.
in jail for reasons, okay? Like,
well, yeah, it's, I don't know. There's a lot of weird, like, as far as I'm concerned, if you say, I'll do this for you, and somebody goes, okay, I will do this other thing for you.
quid pro
and then,
quo.
But, yeah.
Equal.
And then each side gets what each one agreed to. I don't know what the problem is.
Their buyer's regrets, I think, is what is happening. And I think we've seen it a lot with the #MeToo movement, which is unfortunate because that is subverting what #MeToo is all about.
Well, no, I think he was the first person. I think he is what it's about. I think it started with him.
But well, I guess, in my opinion, what it should be about, versus what it played out to be then.
Well, it's
did
like
you want to
anything.
search, or I'll move this while you search that. I'll say this as a female, let's just say that I can understand why a lot of people will take things to their benefit with how the news and media outlets portray certain situations for their own personal benefit, which is unfortunate.
There's things about Harvey. There's things about him from 3 days ago.
Do you want me to post this?
Well, no, I'm just, apparently he must still be in court.
I've
been found
he is in
guilty.
jail.
This was 3 days ago. He must still be going through court trials.
He might be doing appeals. I know he has done a series.
No, because it says guilty.
Streams or video calls or social calls with Candace Owens.
In addition to a 16-year sentence.
Wow.
Oh, the jury found him not guilty.
Wow.
He has been accused of. Okay, that's what I was really
concerned about.
Well, wondering about was whether he'd been accused of, whether it was just I do this for you, you do this for me, or whether he's like forcing himself, essentially.
And I guess that is essentially what we're all questioning, because I think I'm sure he has a reputation amongst a lot of people. And if you know how to work him, are you in itself? So if I knew Harvey Weinstein, if I slept with him, I would get a big role in a movie. Okay. And all I wanted to see was my name in the billboards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, your name in big lights and $20 million.
Yes. Well, yes. So if all I had to do was sleep with him, would I do it? And this is a hypothetical.
I'd sleep with him for $20 million.
Well, yeah, okay. It's an easy night. Or nights, I suppose. But, you know, if you knew that that was his reputation and you did it and had buyer's regret 15 years down the line, is that grape?
Well,
No.
well, the thing is, we already know that happens because that is what Scarlett Johansson, not in regards to that, but we know that's what she did with regards to Black Widow. She was the TNA character of Marvel's, and then later came out and went, "No, I was hypersexualized. I didn't like it. I regret everything that I ever did." Whereas at the time, we have video of her. The entire crew are surrounding her, and she is strutting off, really having fun. That she is the center of attention. Everyone's looking at her.
Because she enjoyed it at the time. And when people started to go, oh, the next new character, oh my God. She's like, oh, what do I
Well, this was just the crew, but she was strutting, wiggling her ass at the crew. But because she enjoyed being the center of attention, then as she got older, she was like, no, well, I can't. I think it's essentially the loss of what you had. So you will never experience that again because you're 45, not 22. And I think there's a loss there that affects you, and your way of coping is to go, well, I was exploited. And that makes you feel
were
better.
you not exploiting vice versa? Like this was a
100%.
reciprocal interaction?
This isn't about, I don't think this is about reality. I think this is about protecting essentially ego. So this is one of the reasons that Hollywood will not change and cannot change and Disney cannot change, is because fixing the industry means doing the polar opposite of what you've been doing, which means you have to admit that everything you've been pushing is wrong and evil.
And
because you've got to go 100%. Yeah. And we know from various different psychological research, even changing your mind is very stressful. And people will come up with all kinds of excuses about why they were correct in the first place because they don't want to go through the stress of changing their mind and admitting they're wrong. Now, you're not just changing your mind. You've thought you're on the right side of history. And every person that's ever disagreed with you is so evil they need to be eradicated from your entire career in industry. And now, everything you've been doing for years has been wrong. It's on the wrong side of history, and you've been doing evil actions and pushing an evil agenda. There is no way that they would voluntarily go through that mental stress. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
This is why I thought that you basically need new people, because those people will not change their mind.
And that makes me sad because reality versus their perceived reality is absolutely so different, and they are so as maybe some of the girls and the gay boys will say, delulu. They're so I know, deluded in their delusion to really see what is going on, because they would rather see themselves as the protagonist, the hero, the victim of what is going on, versus seeing what they did to use their assets for their gain.
You know, the thing is, I don't generally like new Zoomer phrases. I think it's sort of destroying the English language. But in a moment like you said, delulu, I can't think of a better phrase but cringe.
Yes,
there is no other word that summarizes my feeling in that moment than cringe.
No, it is absolutely cringe, because it's absolute buyer's regret. Just take it for what it is. You got the benefits at the time, and you're still trying to benefit off the situation based on what is happening.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, when something becomes a meme or a stereotype, it's because it's been true so often that enough people recognized it that it essentially became like a mimetic force, became a reality. It was shorthand for something that happened. And the casting couch is so well known across every single person that has never been in Hollywood that it definitely exists. And it has long been known that the casting couch does not just exist for women. This happens
for
all There's a reason Pedro Pascal is successful in Hollywood.
There's a reason there's a lot of feminine men exist in prison.
Okay, I wasn't going to go there. I was going to say in Hollywood. But I was going to say there's a reason why, since Weinstein left Hollywood, suddenly twinks are everywhere. because the thing was, what nature abhors a vacuum, right? So if you remove the guy that controlled everything, so when he was in power, hot women were everywhere. You got rid of him, and then, like, that's not gonna, like, that job needs to be fulfilled. So somebody else moves in and they do the same thing, but it's fulfilled by different people. So now you've got ugly women and twink men. And that's just because now the people that are casting, that's what they like.
Mhm.
And this is why you can't have action heroes anymore. So all your action heroes are really old dudes that have been there since I was a
Twinkie
kid.
men.
Well, no, the action heroes are the same guys, like Jason Statham, who have existed since I was a kid. Because there is no one to replace them. Because, whatever it is, Timothy Chalamet cannot be an action hero. No one, it is just farcical for him to be an action hero.
I will say he was really good in Dune 2.
That's not an action
Unexpectedly.
hero role.
Well, he was a lot more masculine than I anticipated.
Do you think he could? Do you think if you remade Die Hard?
No.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
But what I'm saying, like, more than I anticipated. I'm not saying he's the masculine epitome of man, but he is more masculine than I anticipated, given what I've seen of him.
Anything I say at this point would be incredibly derogatory. I do need to be right back, though.
I'm not saying he's masculine. He's more masculine than I anticipated. Okay, that's really it. But yes, he is more twinky. I would want Timothy Chalamet to do more masculine roles than Joe. I'm sorry, Joe, you have not shown that you can be an alpha male whatsoever based on what you've shown us in Agatha all along. Okay? Which is, my cheekbones. Oh my God, these clothes. Oh my God. Blah, blah, blah. He's been a very effeminate man in general. And that is it's just a sad realization that he has to come to. Like, you are typecast. That's part of the world. Guess what? There's a lot of actors, actresses that are triple threats, singing, dancing, acting. Yet they fall into a role and they just roll along with it because that's what makes them money. And here we are. So we have some super chats here. Let's catch up on these. Gary Thomas for $10. This entire conversation about names reminds me of the time Disbrew had a hard time understanding that Andrew Garfield is English. And English people can be born outside of England. Also, happy B-Day to DJT. Who is DJT? I wish I knew. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, DJT. Thank you, Gary Thomas. Old Renaissance Boomer for $2 says, to play the link, please message on Twitter. I'm assuming Old Renaissance Boomer messaged me on Twitter. Let's see here. Anything? The last message I got on Twitter was a spam saying, is this a bad time to talk? Which is the bad time to talk. So if you tagged me in something, Old Renaissance Boomer, I'm just quickly scrolling here and I don't see anything from a Old Renaissance Boomer. So you might have to be a bit more specific so I know what you're talking about for the next time. Vimerin for 20
Shoot one hand.
Swedish? I don't know. What's the
yeah, Swiss
francs for $20. Says, hello, Shue on head and Dis Peru. Any chance you'd revisit Helldivers 2? You missed Battle for Super Earth versus Illuminate Squids. I heard about it. It is absolutely like probably one of my favorite things that I've heard about Helldivers. That's when aliens were invading Earth planets, so we had to protect the Earth planets, right? Right?
Yeah. And it had built up city maps, which they're my favorite maps in FPS. They've always have been.
Did you play it?
No.
Dang.
Because I think it was a limited time because they were attacking Super Earth. Did go on for quite a while. I can't remember.
I think it's
exactly
2-3 weeks
when
or
it was,
something
though.
like that, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to play it. Sunday Funday got debunked. Not debunked.
I've
Got
not even
shut
played
down
it
when I
versus the.
suggested
I've
it.
not even been back in the game since the Illuminate were added. That was one
Honestly,
of those things where they really need to be added in a lot sooner. I
Bring
remember
it
when the
back.
game was at its peak, and everyone was like, "The Illuminate are coming, the Illuminate are coming." Oh, look, they're in the game files, and they never appeared. And then they pulled the whole Sony thing, and the game just died.
yeah, they should have brought it back sooner, or during the Sony controversy, maybe. I don't know. Because that maybe would have pulled players back in. But anyways, I wish I played it. If not, what would you play together like back in the old days? Fingers crossed for Wicked to win. Okay. As of right now, I would say what would make the most sense would be Night Rain, but I think Disbrew would end up killing both me and Wicked because
No. Okay, so the thing is, the reason I get annoyed in some games is when other people take it seriously, and they're also ass. So I was okay playing Overwatch with people when we were just pissing about, because then I would play a character that I didn't really care about, and that'd be fine. The moment other people started to take it competitive, then I would get annoyed because they were being ass and they weren't playing the meta characters.
and he knows we're playing
so-
poo-poo.
Well, yeah, but like in Helldivers, I'm okay with doing.
We leveled appropriately though, I think.
Yeah, but as long as like we were at an appropriate level, I'm okay with it. But when people are like, we should do tier 9, it's like, well, okay, once you do want to do the hardest thing, well, that comes with actual
A
things that you have to.
responsibility.
Yeah, it comes with you are now accountable and responsible to play a certain way, to use certain weapons, and it doesn't actually matter what you want to do anymore because this can only be done a certain way. So do it, or I'll get pissed off. Night Rain is like you expect to die. Like you know what you're getting into with those people.
And over again.
It's like I've been playing it with a mate and also in randoms. I've done all but one of the bosses at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a competitive thing. Elden Ring, you expect to die. Night Rain, you expect to die. I died a lot in Night Rain when I was doing it. If I played with those two, I would never expect to complete like the bosses. I would be
maybe
more,
one night.
I would be more surprised, and it would be one of those, yeah, we did it kind of moments, because I didn't expect to do it, so it would be an achievement if we did. So if anything, it would be a new way of essentially playing the game again, because I know I can do the first boss, but doing it with a different group of people would be a new achievement. So if anything,
especially
I think it'd be
ones like us.
yeah, and like even the first one, I think, because in the Steam stats you can see the percent of players have done the achievement, and it's like I was actually amazed. It's about 90% or something, 80-90% have done the first boss, which surprised me.
Oh wow,
that first boss is not easy.
That's
and the final boss has been done by 30% of people. So
wow.
To get the final one, you have to complete 4 of the others. So for such a difficult game, it has a really solid throughput of players. Because I've been in so many games where you buy them and like 50% of people have left the first room. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's not the kind of game I'd get annoyed at.
Let's see. Besides Night Rain, anything recent that you can think of that would be like a good multiplayer?
I don't know. It's the kind of thing I'd have to think of.
Repo? Maybe Repo.
Repo. I was surprised how much fun I had in Repo.
It's a fun game with people, not by yourself.
I played it with Mara, Steph, and some of the other people from Mara's streams. Did not expect to have anywhere near as much fun as I did.
Right?
Well, it's because there's a lot of games do the horror aspect, but it's the trying to get money, and if you smash it into a wall, you lose money. That's the aspect.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I can't believe you walked into me, and now I've destroyed a diamond.
Yep.
Now that one I would get more pissed at.
It's funny,
but it's also, I think getting angry at other people is kind of the point of the game in that at the same time.
Absolutely.
So you kind of do want to get. It's like playing Mario Kart and not shouting at people. Yeah. It kind of defeats the object. So, but Repo is fun.
Mm-hmm.
I
We
think
got
you need
Eric.
more than 3 people for repo, though.
I would say 4 people is a good minimum.
I think we just filled it full of many people you could. It was-
Yeah. The more people, the better.
Yeah.
Headliners is really fun too, which is just taking pictures of aliens and not dying, which
Oh, I
sounds
tried.
lame.
I tried to watch as a stream on that. I didn't understand it, and I couldn't get into
I
it.
think
Not like
playing it would be different, but I know we did Saucy Gaming at the beginning of Saucy Saturdays to kind of just like bridge the gap between like gaming into our stream.
it was a good way to introduce people to this stream. It was a lot of hours to do back to back. Is the thing.
Yes. And I think it would have to be a really big game for us to want to play all 3 of us. So maybe one day. We'll see. It has to be the right game. Eric Stratton for 777. Is it racist that I am much more attracted to Zoe Saldana when she is green in color? Guardians of the Galaxy sexy cyborg. I think her character is more
Was she in Guardians of the
attractive.
Galaxy?
Yeah, she's the green girl. What was her name in Guardians, guys? Chat, what was her name in Guardians? She was like a bish, but then she ended up being really nice and
I
loved
had no
the
idea
lead.
that was her.
No.
I had no idea at all.
Really? Gamora. You didn't know she was Gamora.
No, because I mean she's painted green. She looks entirely different.
She was painted green in Guardians. She was blue in Avatar. She was her regular color in most of the roles. Actually, you know what? I would say she's actually a versatile actress.
The first time that I knew I'd seen her was in that movie, the musical. And now I'm thinking, well, if you were in Guardians of the Galaxy
and Avatar.
I don't care about Avatar. I don't know why you did that movie. That movie was purely virtue signaling.
In reality,
it wasn't for money, so it must have been for the Oscar.
Horrible.
But I think you, among all audiences, you've damaged your reputation more with that movie. But in Hollywood, you probably boosted it, and I think that's a problem.
And she's a good actress from what I've seen in her roles. I just don't think her political opinions align with a lot of people, given how she has said the thing about the Oscar being they them.
Yeah, the thing with Hollywood is you never know whether they even have opinions or whether they're just stating
or if it's
them.
regurgitation.
Yeah. So, like, if society was a different way and everything was flipped, would they just say the opposite? Probably. Like, this is the point. There are some people like whatever his name is, the Hulk guy. He's a 100%. He's a 100% true believer.
Mm-hmm.
Even with that, I think if things were flipped, I think it would just be propagandized into the opposite position. But a lot of them, I think, would just say whatever they thought they needed to say to get the next role.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing to weed out because you don't know if it's just playing the game or their actual opinion. And I really hope for Zoe that she's playing the game. But because she brings, like, is the Oscar statue something where you can be like, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, I think it's just for me that the longer I've thought about this stuff, the more I think that there is no opposite opinion to how you make a story. Like, tropes existed for all the years they did because they were so recognizable. They like so fundamental to human experience that everybody knew what they like. Everybody, it resonated with every single person that watched them. And I don't think tropes are a bad thing. I think it's just like a universal experience, which is why it's used so often. And I think those are limited in their amount, and so you do them or you fail. And I don't think that Hollywood's current trajectory actually resonates with people at all, because it's not how the world is, it's how you want the world to be. And I don't think it even matters whether you agree with whether you want the world to be that way or not. You subconsciously recognize that's not the way people behave, and therefore it doesn't mean anything to you. Because I remember I watched Linus Tech Tips podcast, and very occasionally they'll mention movies or something, and they don't like the current stuff, but they are very, very left-wing. They would agree with all of Hollywood's things, but they don't like the movies.
Interesting. Interesting.
Well,
But
it's
hey,
like gender roles. I think they're just so fundamental that men and women do different things and they specialize in different things that they have to exist in movies or they
it's
fail.
kind of like we have this programming, but then we entertain enjoyment, all that stuff, and if it clashes, then you're like, which one do I choose? Right? What am I going to back up? And
Well, it's like, have you ever looked at a scene and thought, there's something weird about this? And it's
as
like
a normie,
CGI and stuff.
yes.
Yeah, but you can't say what's wrong with the picture. You just know there's something wrong with it. Quite often that's
Star
down to...
Wars Episode 7. I didn't like the movie. Why do you think I didn't like the movie?
No, I more mean like with like a green screen scene.
Oh,
Because well, what I mean is like you know something's wrong, but you don't know what it is. And a lot of that's down to the lighting. So the lighting of the CGI scene is one way, but on the actor it's the other way. And you could never consciously realize that, but your brain knows that's not how light works. And so you immediately you feel
we're
creepy.
talking more staged. Okay.
Yeah, you feel creepy. Like there's something odd. It's the uncanny valley sensation that like kind of repulses you. All of that subconscious, and I think you just get the same thing, but with storylines essentially. Because that's how I felt with Ballerina. Like when the moment like a guy went to punch her and she just went like that, I'm like, well, that doesn't happen. Like,
Am I
no
back?
other reason for doing it except that, oh no, you've gone beyond my ability to believe it at that point.
And I was thinking about this the last week or two, and I was trying to think of normie perspective and why has the normie fallen off of a lot of things. Is the normie realizes a pattern, and they're like, girl boss, hero's journey, and they see another thing like Ironheart, for example, another hero's journey. I don't care about that. Another girl boss, I don't care about that. Let's bring on a character I actually maybe care about, and then things like Deadpool. That is a surprise that was good, but a one-off, and will never happen again. I highly doubt it. Even if another Deadpool came out, I think the normie would not want to go watch the next Deadpool movie. At least half of them.
I like Deadpool. I had no problem with Deadpool and Wolverine.
But if I were to be put on, like, at the end of a gun, being like, will you watch Deadpool 4 or not? I'd be like, nah, I don't really care.
I'd watch the next one. Well, like, I've seen the criticism. Well, never watch it again. I don't watch any movie again, really. It's very rare. But this is why when people like, what's your favorite movie? It's like, well, I've never really thought about what's my favorite movie. I've
What's
never
the
ranked it that way.
rewatchability of my thought, at least in that question?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. And if I go to the movie that I've watched the most out of anything, it would be Broken Arrow, which is why I said it. But it's very rare that I'll ever go back and watch another movie. And so I will sit in a cinema, I'll enjoy it for 2 hours and leave and generally never think about it again. So I'm not the kind of guy that goes back to the cinema multiple times.
It has to be a really good movie for me to watch that. I think I'd put Dune in there, which I unexpectedly liked that movie because I didn't watch the first one. I watched the second one in IMAX, and I kind of wish I watched the first one in IMAX.
One thing I've learned, from streams and stuff, I have a different taste than most people that in this sphere anyway, because I like action movies. And a lot of people don't seem to like action movies, which I find weird because action movies do have, like, a lot of guys like action movies. That's why they keep making them. They're not massively appealing. Like, if you look at Beekeeper, it was successful. They want to make another one, but it's not a $1 billion movie. And same thing, people feel like that about Resident Evil movies. I like the Resident Evil movies because they're just action movies. I think Resident Evil 2 is amazing. It starts, never stops. It's just people killing people the entire way through, and that's what I want in a movie. And so, I don't know. That's the way I felt about the Deadpool movie. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it had cameos. Yeah, those cameos didn't lead to anything in the MCU, but I don't really expect a movie to leave an everlasting legacy on the history of the universe. It's just a movie. And I think it's because if I want something deeper in entertainment, I watch a television series. Because a television series goes for series after series of 22 episodes, And so after 200 hours of watching this thing, you know the characters. They've left a far bigger indelible stain on your experience, and you understand them innately. In 2 hours or 90 minutes, which is what a movie normally is, I just want to watch things blow up. I want to guys kill people. Like, I really like the John Wick movies. Do I care about the John Wick movies? He has a bulletproof suit. No. Because in John Wick, they have no police force. I've never seen a policeman except one that turned up on his door. So obviously they would have better bulletproof technology where you have a universe of assassins killing people. And after that, it's just an action movie. And so you only care about the set pieces. And so all I want in a John Wick movie is for him to kill as many people as possible in the most entertaining way possible.
The most fantastical way possible, because guess what? John Wick, I think, almost falls into sci-fi at this point.
It's a superhero movie. Well, I feel the same way with Mission Impossible at this point. Mission Impossible is a superhero movie. What is it? The Fast and the Furious. This is why it's the same. So in John Wick, people complain about the suit. In Fantastic Four, not Fantastic Four, in Fast and Furious, they care about the cars doing things. Yeah, but in that universe, people can drive that well. They can do that. They
can go into space with their cars. Yes.
Yeah, in John Wick, suits exist that can stop bullets. Like, this is just a factor of their unit. It's not set in our world. It's set in a different world. All I want is the greatest spectacle that can happen in 90 minutes from a movie.
Yes,
but
90 minutes, key, because I miss 90-minute movies. Because when we get 90-minute movies, I'm like, oh, it's so good. I want to be left with, I want more, but I'm satisfied with it. Like How to Train a Dragon. I'm sorry, 2 hours was way too long.
I liked it. I liked it. I liked it more than the animation. Now,
really,
my issue is I'd never seen either of them. So I watched the live action, then I watched the animation straight immediately afterwards.
You're like,
yeah.
Wow. Okay. What did you think? Well, you liked it
more. Well, this is the thing. I'm not sure it's a fair comparison because I was essentially watching the same movie twice
with extras from the live action.
Yes,
both good and bad.
But with the animation, I do kind of think it's penalized because you just feel like you're watching the same movie again. So I think it's kind of understandable that I felt less about the second movie because it's like, well, I've already seen this. So I can understand people liking the animation more if they watched it like 5 years ago and they've really liked this thing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it, and I think that it's a bit like in gaming terms, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. The one that you play first is the one you like the most. I like Morrowind the most because I played it first. Well, it's not nostalgia. It's that it's your entryway into the series, and so it leaves the biggest impression on you. And so if you play Oblivion first, you don't know its negatives. You don't know what was removed from Morrowind to take you there. And then you go back to Morrowind, and all you see is it's got a worse combat system. So you see the negatives, but not what was lost. Whereas if you play Skyrim, well, now you've got the best of both worlds, but then you go back and you don't see that the map's been altered, and that's weaker. Or that the magic compass has stripped you of having to immerse yourself in the world because you're just following a thing on the screen rather than reading the quest. So you don't know what you've missed, essentially. And I think that's probably my problem with this.
Which it's so funny because when I watched it, the first thing I thought was, okay, overall good movie. Okay, like I enjoyed the movie. I think
I'd give it a 7. But if I was a kid, I think I'd rank it higher.
Yes, absolutely. I cried watching the movie. Now, I cried watching both movies, mind you. So, in a girl's perspective, equality in that matter.
Which bit?
I cried when his father accepted him in both movies.
The end, just before they fight the big dude. Yeah.
I cried also when Hiccup and Toothless finally bonded in a friendship, albeit kind of trying to work through that moment when they touched head to palm, trust. I don't know. Anyways, I'm a girl. Whatever. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I could understand the father bit. That bit never
just-
struck me as particularly emotional.
I think there
hand-
was like this trust.
I thought that was funny actually, because he's like holding his hand out, and then he's like, "Oh, okay." It's like-
Maybe as a dog owner, I was like, because Ryan did say
I used to own
Toothless is a
own
dog.
dogs, but just not
So
now.
there was this bond between you and your animal that I think that like finally reaching that point, and I was thinking about like Harley. If any of you guys know, that was my first dog that I ever like had and loved her.
It
to
was a
bits and
name passed
pieces.
down through various dogs that she ate over time.
Yes, exactly. So I think that like I actually equated a lot of Toothless's character to Harley, and I think that maybe that brought emotions up, blah blah blah. But regardless, both the movies are great. I thought that there would be more harping on certain lines or whatnot that had happened in the live action versus the real thing. But I think because a lot of the maybe
They
scene
added
for
in a
scene-
lot of there was a lot more feminism in the live action. Well, I say a lot.
I would
it
say,
was
well,
weird.
Astrid is a feminist character in general, regardless.
Yeah, but in this they really wanted to hammer it home.
Absolutely.
And in fact, some of it didn't even come from her. So there was a scene. It's in the training session where they're about to fight one of the dragons, and they team up into teams of 2. And in the animation, they just kind of show you them. Whereas in this, like the taller woman turns to her and goes, "Us women need to stick together."
Yes.
But when it does a line like that, it kind of just immediately cut away as if, "Oh, we hope you didn't notice." And it was almost like you were embarrassed by it.
But, like, the crazy part is, I think a lot of girls, like I would say, if I was in a group of people, I would probably be like to my girlfriend, be like, especially if I kind of liked her, be like, us girls do need to stick together. I want to work with you.
Yeah, but it wasn't said that way. This was said as the men are bad. Like, we need to stick together because there's men here.
No,
Rather than us girls need to. It wasn't a hyper kind of friendly way of saying it. It was a bonding against a negative rather than a bonding around a positive.
The line I thought, and it was never brought up on F&T, by the way, that I thought would bother everyone was when Hiccup started teaching like his class, like how to actually be like fly a dragon. And he was like to Astrid, he was like, you're gonna lead because you were better with the dragons, or you're the best warrior. I forgot what the line is per se. And because I was in the theater, I couldn't write things down because there's actually people in the theater, because usually I would write it on my phone. And I was like, why did no one bring that up? I'm actually shocked.
There was a few lines in there that, as I'm listening to it, because, well, remember, I watched the live action first, so I didn't know these
so you
allies
had no idea what was
So,
real.
and then
what
I was
not.
watching the animation. I was like, "Oh, I swear, like something feels like it's missing here." So there was a couple of times I went back to the live action to check the line was there. But it was harder to do that when you're like, I think they stayed longer on this scene. I think they said something here. And I think that's the problem. A lot of people probably went off memory. But the larger issue probably is it was a 1-for-1 remake, except for a couple of additional lines. And none of the lines were really impactful. They didn't make a big difference, and they immediately moved on to something else. And so it was a lot less egregious than another, like the Acolyte, where the entire series is set around sending this message. Yes. It was designed to change the tone of how you perceive something. Like I said, there was the one where the guy was behind her and he was coming on to her. And in the animation, she just leaves. Whereas in this, she turns around and goes, "Well, only one of us is going to make it," and then she leaves. And that one line changed the entire scene from, "I'm just dodging this dragon," to, "I've moved over in front of you to set you up to get you targeted, and now I'm going to leave."
Yep.
She's deliberately taken out the competition. There was some stuff like that.
But the thing is, she wanted to take out the competition anyway because she wanted the chief's house. She was eyeing that place, the position. Yeah,
but in the animation, it was more, she was just better.
Top warrior.
Like everybody, like, it was well known she was the one that deserved to be the best warrior. Because she was just the best.
Absolutely.
So she probably should have been chieftain. like, I had no problem in the live action where she goes, I want to be the best warrior, I want the chieftain's house. And he looks at her and goes, yeah, so do I. I think you should be the chieftain. Because he was like, well, because men don't have a problem with hierarchy. And anyone that's gamed in a group of guys knows. Like, there will be some people in that group who are better at some things, and they will swap. So there will be a guy that leads in like an FPS, and the moment you get to a point where he has no idea what he's doing, someone else takes over, and everyone else just follows and like falls in line with him. Like, this is just what guys do. They understand hierarchy and they know who's better than everyone else. And so when he was like, "Yeah, you should be leader because you're just better at fighting than me," like, yeah, fair enough.
Which is maybe
I had no problem
why
with it
that
at all.
line wasn't brought up. Maybe then I don't know. I thought it was such a like that one stood out to me a lot, and I was trying to think what lines would not or would actually be liked by people. And I mean, I guess I was a little wrong about that, and I admit to that because
Well, no. Well, the reason I didn't have a problem with it is because this is clearly not our world. These clearly aren't our Vikings. These are superhuman. Like, I know, so I can't remember who it was. Someone brought up the fact that it looks stupid in real live action to have people fighting dragons. But I was like, it's not our world. These are clearly a different world. They clearly have super strength. And so if they punch a dragon, it hurts. It was like it was a different universe. So if you're like, well, maybe the women in this are just as strong as the guys. Like, well, fair enough. That was the thing for me. I can separate it from this reality. The problem I have with Ballerina is it's like, well, she's just supposed to be like in our kind of reality.
yeah,
Whereas if you've got mythical people or like aliens, you paint everyone green and now you say the women are as strong as the men. It's like, well, okay, maybe this
No.
alien race, the women are as strong as the men, you know? This has always been the thing. It's like, well, Wonder Woman. Yeah, Wonder Woman can beat up men because she's a superhero. Fair enough.
yep.
So
Well,
I didn't have a problem with a lot of the things. I think my thing is, like, I watch anime, but I watch anime because Western entertainment is crap. So it's not because I like to watch the cartoons.
it's
I have
just a
nothing else
better
left.
alternative.
Yeah, I would much prefer your live action Korean stuff than anime any day of the week. And so I think I got naturally more attached to people in the series than I did the animation, which is,
Interesting.
and everyone said it was like it's really good animation. I thought the animation was really old looking. It was like PlayStation 2 graphics. I didn't like it at all. And so when people are like, well, you can show all the emotions and stuff on their faces, like, no, I can relate far more to people than I could the animation.
Which I get, because I think with anime, they get into some of the deeper, darker things that like wouldn't be explored in trying to think new age stuff.
That's
like,
just a problem in Western entertainment.
Yeah.
They get into topics and
character
tone, but
development.
that's just because Korean, Japan, they don't have a problem with treating people like people. So
yes.
if women act a certain way, they will just make women act a certain way. If men do a certain thing, they'll make men do a certain thing. And they have no problem with going, what's the darker elements of that? Where can that lead? What's the interesting part that if I put these people in a dangerous, life-threatening situation, how would they behave? And maybe that would lead them to do something horrific. They'll just show you it. And they use the people and like how everyone knows how everyone behaves to explore an idea. Whereas Western entertainment used to do that, Star Trek used to do that. Now it would go, well, yeah, but we can't show women to be like this. We can't show that women would actually get with a bloke to protect herself. So she's just going to girl boss it.
Which, by the way, we talked about this kind of not really. So I had mentioned that I watched a show called You on Netflix, which is a super girl show. And
I
which
watched
you
the
saw
trailers.
the trailer.
I started to put it
understand.
into videos. I entirely understood why women like it the moment I saw the trailers.
So Joe Goldberg, who is the protagonist of You, is this super absorbed romantic. And I say this first because he is a romantic, but a very misdirected romantic where he wants to kill people in order to protect his loved person.
It's not even just that. It is, I think he says, a woman says, you are obsessed with her, so she's now the center of attention. And he says, I want to give you the life that you deserve. And so
which
it
might
is,
mean killing people, which he also enjoys, by the way. His character, I mean.
well, yeah. But it is a case of you end up with a guy which puts you at the center of attention, will do anything for you, is also hot. It's like it will also never hurt you. Is the way that the trailer made it seem. I don't know whether that's in the trailer.
I say this.
The reason I said that is because I've seen the later trailers and I'm not sure.
Let's just say, as soon as you start to dissipate or wane his attention,
if you
goes
break
into
his
the next.
fantasy, then he would get angry. Is the way I would imagine.
Yes.
But yeah, it is you're the center of his attention. He wants to give you the life that you deserve, and obviously you think you deserve that life as well.
Obsession is the key.
Yeah. Well, it's the same as The Handmaid's Tale. I think we've seen it recently. They did another protest. What did they wear? They wore the breeder outfit. Why? Because the breeder outfits are the ones who are the most in demand. They're the most valuable to society. And it's like, oh no, please don't hold me down and make me breed with this high status male who's also got a high status wife who's there watching me do the thing that she can't do, which makes me feel more important. They never wear any of the... I genuinely didn't know there were other uniforms in The Handmaid's Tale. I thought it was only this red uniform. And then someone... No, there are others. I've never seen them. Nobody ever wants to be the slave that just does the thing. They always want to be the breedable woman that's the center of attention. Because that's the highest status position. And that's what you is. It is, this guy will destroy his life for me. And he's dangerous. But if only I can tame him, then I can use him against the rest of society to lift me up. And it's
so the crazy part is he has how many relationships in the movie? So he has Gwen, Marianne, Kate, Bronte. So 4 major relationships in the movie, and he curtails his embodiment of who he is to each of the women to what he is. And he's basically trying to say, like, accept me for who I am. I am trying to be a romantic, but like I have a lot of dark things. And some dark things he shows some people, and some dark things she doesn't. And it ends up being like a mishmash of craziness because obviously he ends up killing a lot of people.
So if you can share what I've just posted, though, I think this is the same thing, right? So Celine Materialist, $10 to $13 million opening weekend. This was a $20 million movie. By anyone's definition, it's going to be successful. That's the way they've been advertising the entire movie.
Is that Pedro and Chris Evans?
That's Pedro, Chris Evans, Dakota Johnson. And this, this is the best picture to summarize this is not what the trailer is. This does not represent the movie, but it is the entire marketing, which is a woman and her 2 gay best friends.
But the thing is, this is marketing towards women.
Yes,
and
it's
only
an entirely women's movie.
Because guess what? Women like the idea of choice because then that's the idea of being wanted. And who doesn't want choice in their life? I'm talking about everyone at this point. And so, like, men and women
want choice for different reasons. Men like variety because it spreads like the genetic pool further. Women want to be the center of attention. But the issue with this is her with 2 gay men. That's the way this picture is. It's her and her 2 gay best friends. And this is not what the movie is. The movie, both of these people act entirely differently. So you are marketing a movie differently directing the actual movie. So I think what you end up with is it's just the center of attention. They're both non-threatening people. They're never going to be a danger to me. But I am the key part of this, but they also want each other. It's very strange.
Dakota Johnson, and you know what's funny? I thought Chris Evans was great as a hero and a villain.
You know what I was the most surprised by? Chris Evans as a wife. I was stunned.
Really? I saw how big his peen was, and not surprised.
That's the most. And the thing is, Chris Evans talks differently in interviews than he does in any movie. entirely differently.
Actor.
Yes, but one of the good actors who can pretend to be something he isn't. But he's got a wife.
Yeah.
I keep coming back to it. Like, that is committed to the role.
I mean, the way he portrays himself as Captain America is actually admirable.
Oh, no, he's a great Captain America. He really is.
But his
I
other
have no problem with him in
characters, Gray Man, he was actually really good. I was actually shocked that he could be a villain.
But I think what this shows is, because
Huck.
the movie, both of them do a decent enough role of like pretending they're interested in Dakota Johnson. So it is a case of, oh well, I get to choose between the rough ex that used to really make me happy, he was probably better in bed, and then you've got Pedro, who is the new suave businessman who is trying to come on to me. And I think he even says, "My mum wants me to marry." So Pedro's kind of acted himself in the movie. But she gets to choose between the two of them, and it's kind of
Okay.
I probably should choose Pedro, but I really want to choose.
I mean, I relate to that.
Yeah, well, but that's a story that for rom-coms goes back through the annals of time. Bridget Jones's Diary and everything, they're all exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
My issue is with the marketing, which is all this. It is,
Mm-hmm.
look at me, I'm the third wheel with these two gay men. And that is how the movie's been marketed, and that's not what the movie is.
Which is sad. Dakota should be the icon, guys. Not these two boys looking at each other.
You would expect that Dakota was the one that she was at the forefront so that women could project themselves. But it seems to be she's almost taking a back seat in all the marketing, as if I'm not really a person. It's about these two guys. And it does seem to be like, I'm the blank slate that women can project themselves into, and you can be me. Like, she's even covered with it. You can't even really see her face.
No, she's not even there. She's barely there. She's like the bridge between these two men.
Yeah, these are the focus. And she's kind of just blanked out. Whereas if you watch like any of the Conan the Barbarian stuff, Conan is front and center in the thing. When guys project that, like, pretend to like think of themselves as a hero, it is the main person. Tom Cruise is the main center of all of his marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when women do it, it's like, no, I'm going to be at the background and I'm going to focus on this.
Supportive character.
The weird thing about the marketing is a lot of it does hint that these two guys are really into each other.
Well, I guess we'll have to see if anyone watches it. Let me know. Are these two into each other?
Well, no, it seems to be a success. Like 30 million opening weekend on a $20 million movie.
It's actually pretty good, actually. Mm-hmm.
It seems to be. I think I read that it was like the second highest A24 opening ever. So
honestly, this is how our marketing should be. Low budget, greater profit margins. And I think we need to get back to that.
Stop paying actors 20. This is one of the issues that Doomsday has is it's got so many
overinflation.
I thought when we brought Robert Downey Jr. back, I thought it was a great thing. You paid him a fortune, but he would bring people back. And then you added in everybody else. Like, well, now you've spent so much money, you will never make a profit.
The fluff on fluff on fluff.
Yeah, like, you didn't need these people. Robert Downey Jr. would have brought people back.
Yeah,
all of these people are just extra
nothing.
costs. And now you will never make a profit. And it won't have any long-term effect. So that movie will lose money. And it won't affect the future industry.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, your revenue will go up, but your costs will go up. So what's the point?
There is no point. They just wanted to fluff. Lots and lots and lots of fluff. So
you seem to be really interested in fluffers recently.
I'm kind of getting hungry right now. I'm thinking of Fluff, the marshmallow fluff.
Do you know what a fluffer is?
No, I do. And I think you're disgusting for bringing that up.
You're the one that said you were hungry. I'm like, are you sure you want to use that terminology?
Marshmallow!
Ray, say you're on the screen when she's talking about fluffers.
I didn't say fluffers. I said fluff.
I don't know whether that's a compliment or not, by the way.
Thank you, Raider, for the 53.18.
Raider coming in fluffing with the $53.
I have taken 5 or 7 shots. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hey, that's the best kind of shot. The one where you don't know.
I've been trying to keep up with chat.
I just pour it into this cup, and I have no idea.
Yeah,
I know this is my third refill.
Yeah. Oh, dang. I have all ice in this cup, so I need to fill it with something.
No, the time that you knew I was really drunk is when I went on Flashcast afterwards. Like, if I ever go on a stream after I've been on a stream, I'm drunk. Like,
You're
that's just
fudged. You are completely
I'm like,
fudged.
yeah, I'll do this next one. Wait.
You know what? We should do a Saucy with all three of us into Flashcast or something. I think it would be quite funny. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Jason Webster of 5 Australian says it is time for Groovy Ghoulies live action film with Tom Hiddleston as Drac, Jeremy Renner or Keanu Reeves as Wolfie, and Jason Momoa as Frankie. I'm gonna have to look into this. I actually rewatched the movie The Town with Jeremy Renner in it, and I have not seen him in a villain role. Villainish role. Really good. I thought it was really good. Ben Affleck.
I don't really think
Great
I've
movie.
seen Jeremy Renner in much stuff besides
Hawkeye.
obviously Marvel. No, but he also did a Jason Bourne movie. I think that's
Yes,
mostly
he
what I've
did
seen him in.
Third one, I think.
I think it's fourth.
Fourth.
It
No,
looked like he was going to reboot the series, and then it never really went anywhere for some reason.
yeah, The Town is so good. So Jeremy Renner is kind of like a B character that is supposed to sow the seeds of doubt and is kind of evil type of person, morally wrong. And that was my first time seeing him evil because obviously I've seen him in Hawkeye. And he does it really well. Like really, really, really well. Surprisingly. So good on you, Jeremy. Snowblower. Bad for you. Of course, for $100 says, I have to say that acting was the next level X-ray girl. Made me laugh. I had to send this. Wait, what?
I don't know.
What acting are you talking about? Of
I mean, I
course-
went AFK for a while. Were you doing like the Gluck 3000 or something?
Yeah, I was doing it totally to my mic. This thing was deep throating me.
That
or
was the only
whatever.
option. It's like, what else could you do that was worth $100? Is what I was thinking.
I'm
It
so
was like, yeah, I got this pineapple out, and I was like, well,
it was definitely the pineapple.
it
Gary Thomas for $5
doesn't belong on
says,
pizza, but it has its uses.
it belongs somewhere else.
Well, this is the point. Like, if you chew it and it cuts your mouth to shreds, it makes watching that video. I'm not sure that's the best idea.
No, but pineapple is really tasty, though. I'll give it that.
Not on pizza, you cretins.
Yes, on pizza. Fuck
No.
you, disregard.
You
No kidding.
absolutely disgusting cretins.
Donald J. Trump, president of the USA, he was born 79 years ago today. Oh, happy
Really?
birthday, Trump. Mass protests by leftists are going on across the country to celebrate. Yeah, I saw the whole thing about no kings. And the funniest thing is,
Is that why they put that thing today? Because it was his birthday? Because I knew about no kings, but I didn't know it was on his birthday.
I don't know if it was specifically for today.
Oh
but
wait, what? No, 100%.
Obama is attending a wedding today, is what I heard. So you don't care about no kings. But anyway,
I'm English, as if I would care about no kings. As far as I'm concerned, the problem with our king is he's not base enough to take unilateral control of the country.
I'm more
That's what I'd
concerned
do.
about Mark Carney, my prime minister. So
Like, if you're gonna be a king, be a proper king. Be like, yeah, I'm seizing it.
Happy birthday, I guess. I like celebrating birthdays regardless. Cake involved.
I'm sure we got a lot of fake tan.
But I can't believe he's 79 if that's the case.
Yeah.
He's looking actually pretty good.
I'm just not sure it's good to have pensioners in positions of leadership. I
All
also don't
old
want
people
Zoomers.
lead the world.
I think I also don't want people who have no kids. I think there is like a golden age of gap where you
But he
should be
does
the
have
leader.
kids.
No, but he's 79, right? So I think there's an age where you have kids, but you're also not 79, where you can lead countries.
I mean, you can be 40.
Like, I don't think you should be a leader of a
80
country if you
with
don't have kids, because you have no like investment in the future. You're just out for yourself, essentially. I say this is someone who doesn't have kids. But also, by the time you're at 79, your peak.
I'm so drunk right now. I miss Wicked for leading the chat.
What, is that because she's always sober? I mean, seriously. It can't be that difficult to respond to me about maybe 70 like, what I essentially said was 79-year-olds aren't at the peak of humanity.
No,
That was the only response.
30! 30! No, because all I could think of was, oh, I'm drunk right now. I'm drunk right now.
I'm 79. I'm not sure whether I can comment.
Wicked would be able to reply to this, and I cannot.
Wicked wouldn't have replied to that. Wicked would have ignored it and carried on talking. That's what Wicked would have done.
Oh, sorry. I'm
so
sorry.
Wicked would have just been like,
not.
I'm sorry you were in the Disparu queue,
No,
but at some
Wicked
point this happens.
Okay, I'll
Wicked
do better.
is the removed actor who's only here as the like sober third party of the group who occasionally goes off camera.
I will ignore you better than Disparu. Okay, that's what I'm learning.
No, you have to interact. This is why it works. She is the fallback. Like, me and you have the conversation. She is the fallback of if we end the conversation, she continues on to the next topic, and then we start talking again.
I am having a little bit of dysmorphia, being like, how do I be Wicked and X?
Like, I've got a third leg.
My pee is hurting. Anyways, Enoch Mamon reviews and rants for $5 says, great news, extra girl. I told my dad you're going to buy a water monitor. F you, Enoch Mamon. He asked me to tweet you some photos of his. It was over 7.5 inches,
That is a decent sized water monitor.
millimeters. That matters.
7.5. Yeah, well, it could be foot or inches. It wouldn't be centimeters.
Or millimeters. I think it's millimeters. You're welcome. Thank you.
Feet. I think it's like he gets his water monitor and just slaps it on the table.
Ew. That is disturbing. Western Civilization for $5 says, what's shaking hot stuff? Good to see you too, X-Ray. Oh, yeah. What are you shaking?
I am shaking my massive knob. Can I introduce you to the various buttons on my knob? There we go. It has a great spin to it, you see. It's really like, there we go. Look at the size of that knob.
Have you ever lightly fingered that knob?
Have you ever seen a more perfect knob on camera? That's what I want you to know.
No, I like
think of the sheer girth. The sheer It's got plenty of buttons. It's even got a secondary wheel that you can rotate for it. And this is the thing, right? People say the same thing about nipples. They're like, look, it pushes in, it pushes out. It doesn't rotate. This one rotates.
Mine does.
You can tune in BBC Radio 4 on this beast. Multifunctional.
Congratulations on your multifunctional knob, Disparu.
Yes, no one has ever had a girthier knob. Not on camera.
Not on camera, that's true. Psychotic Mongoose
the next thing, I need to buy a tape measure to measure my knob. That's the real key. At the moment, we're just guesstimating, folks.
Oh my god. I can't.
What? You were the one that was like, think of something to say. It's like, well, okay, you put me in this position.
That's true. Thank you, Psychotic Mongoose, for the 5 gifted memberships. Dakota for $9.99 says, Disparu needs to get everyone at F&T to watch My Name if they haven't
really
seen
good.
it already. Is
Also,
that Korean?
If you like, yeah, it's Korean. It's it was the way I thought of Ballerina. So Ballerina, woman goes girl boss, beats a load of people up. My Name, same thing, but Korean. It even has a very similar scene of, you know, the scene when she's like, well, you need to fight people like a girl. Well, it has that same scene. Except it's like, no, you need to go for like the neck, you need to go for the throat, the groin, the heart.
Sensitive areas.
Well, the vital areas. You need to take them down as fast as possible because in any prolonged fight, you lose. So you take them down instantly or you die. And he says, if you don't, there's actually worse things for you. Because if a guide loses, he just dies. They will keep you alive and they will enjoy it.
Just to use your hole. Or whatever.
Yeah, all of them. And then there's a scene in the movie where that happens. And she gets out by the skin of her teeth. But in the trailer, that motivates her to keep going further. because there's a whole reason
Yeah.
of why she's doing this in the first place. It doesn't come out of nowhere.
Wow.
And it's just a much better story because it's told from a woman's perspective. Whereas Ballerina is told from a man's perspective. And she acts like a man, and she is a man, and she, like, all of her
like
fights are
every
done
girl
like a
boss
man.
movie.
Yeah, but in Korea, they have gender roles, and so when they tell a female story going through this action movie, they tell it from the woman's perspective, and they keep that in mind to the point where, like, you can't just swap people. You have to tell a different story with a woman than you do with a man. And they tried that with Ballerina via the whole she was attached to a family and stuff, but it didn't really work because the rest of the movie was just John Wick.
Yeah,
whereas
and I
My
think
Name
that
is done
muddies the
differently.
water because John Wick is the reason Ballerina exists. So
Yeah. But all I saw in Ballerina was if only a man was in this role, it would be a way better movie. Because they didn't really... Her being a woman didn't really change the movie, whereas it should have done. Like, she should have had a different fighting style. She should have gone through a different journey. She should have... More of the movie should have changed.
I really
and that's
wish
what
they
My
did.
Name does.
I wish they did a ballerina dance style kung fu or whatever it was to justify her position in this world because I think to be honest, we've heard it so many times. Sword fighting, fencing, even kung fu has a artistic style to it. So if we
Yeah,
can
but they're also
bring dance,
strength-based. Like, if you think of John Wick 4, I don't know what, Japanese or whatever, she was on the ground stabbing them in the ankles, and it was a big, massive guy they had her fighting. He just couldn't get down to the ground. So she's attacking him while he's just trying to grab her. They thought about it, whereas in Ballerina, there was no thought about that at all. It was just a
which
blog.
is sad because there are so
Like, where
many
was her
ways you
ballerina
could turn-
skills in the
Yeah,
fights?
well, exactly. Because I don't know what happened to Ballerina, so mind you, please take that into perspective. When I saw in John Wick, was it 2 or 3 when he went to one of the top, like the table bosses who were, like
3 is
the
where he fought the table.
I think
Well,
2 is
well,
when
4 he
talked
fought the
to
table.
one of the table bosses and they helped him like escape or something like that. And you saw the ballerina on stage and you're thinking, Is that the ballerina?"
That must have been 3.
Regardless, one of the sequels. And to be able to to marriage the 2 together to bring it out could have been a good idea.
Oh yeah, the scene where he's like on this staircase and he kind of happens to look up at her, and then she talks to him. That was well done to like merge it into the timeline. It was just the moment he appeared on the screen, you're like, oh,
took
this
it
is the
away.
movie. This is the movie it should have been.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. The Doctor Who did the same thing. The moment Jodie Whittaker appeared on the screen with Cutie Gatwa, you realize she was just a better actress. Like she was a better Doctor than he was.
Dang.
Yeah. Like on her own, she was a better Doctor Who than he was. And it's a mistake to do that because now you know with 100% certainty who was better. So he
Jodie
shouldn't have
didn't
allowed that to
much.
happen. Yeah.
That's sad. That's sad. You know what's also sad? Cole Hauser, a raw for 2 Canadians says, "What man crosses their leg? Yay!"
Well, men can cross their legs, but they do the triangle.
There needs to be room for the junk in the
Yeah.
trunk.
Your foot goes on your leg, not your knee.
Yeah. Lone Wolf for $5. Extra Girl, if you want a movie that will make you cry, try Hachi, A Dog's Tale. No. Marley and Me made me cry, and I cannot watch that movie again. If you want a pure action movie, Commando. I might go with that one more. Thank you, Lone Wolf.
Well, so far as well, I recommend what is it? It's like Mercy No Man or Mercy for No Man or something on Netflix. I watched the first episode, really good. You like action stuff, if you just like guys fighting guys. And again, that has women in it, but they're all doing they're doing the administration. A bit like in John Wick, where they're in the telephone stuff.
Mhm.
They're finding the targets, they're finding the other people, they're doing the social element, whereas all the guys are the ones fighting.
Yeah. Which I think as a woman, I would want to be the supportive character, not the main character. And that's just me. Cole Hauser, a raw for 5 Canadian says, "Hey, Disper and X-Ray has some anime recommendations. Full Metal Panic, You're Under Arrest, Robotech, Dirty Pair." I think I to take some pictures of this. Cole Hauser. Okay, I will say this. Cole Hauser has given me some recommendations on food in Toronto, and actually has like pulled through on really good recommendations. So,
I mean, I've screenshot what you've done. At the moment, I'm doing ReZero. I'm up to season 3. Then I'm doing Frurin. And
Frurin, I
then
heard is good.
I'll start looking at other stuff. Everyone recommends Frurin. Oh, after Frurin, I'll probably do is it My Apothecary? Something like that. Something about an apothecary.
It's just hard to keep up with all these shows. Like, I have to put my normie and nerd like perspective into little boxes and actually put my normie perspective, like actually like give her some stimulation every now and then to things that like I would normally probably like to watch.
Yeah, well, I watch foreign stuff and anime as like to reset the quality bar, and just because I'm interested in it, because you're gonna like it. But the reason why Frieren and My Apothecary is because Solo Leveling, which I really like, won a certain anime awards, and everyone whined and complained that wasn't as good as these other two.
Oh, okay.
There is in anime, it's the same in many things, but in anime there is a sort of a hipster element to it where if something comes into too mainstream, they don't like it. And so
Popularity
Solo Leveling was
crushes
deemed to be
it, yeah.
too normie, too mainstream, whereas Frieren and My Apothecary were better shows that were lesser well known and weren't as mainstream, but more deserving of winning. And from everything I've heard about Frieren, it's supposed to be absolutely amazing. I've never met anyone who doesn't like it. Whereas My Apothecary, I don't know that much about it. I think I watched episode 1. I was like, but I'll watch that after Frieren. I'll give it an actual decent try.
Honestly, Frieren, I've heard from so many different people. I'd be willing to give it a chance for sure.
I think it'll appeal to me simply
Oh,
because
what did I do?
I think it'll appeal to me simply because there's an element of it where it's like, just demons are just evil. They will manipulate you to make them like you, but that's because they're lying to you and they're just evil, and you should just wipe them out.
Trying to get their.
I'm like based, so I think I like Frieren.
I absolutely get it. Anakumamon for $2 says 7.5 feet long. Sorry, extra girl. You keep your reptile away from me. Okay.
That is impressive. It's almost as big as my massive knob. That's the size of that.
He's
like
holding
seriously,
7
have
feet
you
in his
seen the
fingers.
size of my knob? That's whew. That really fills the whole hand, as Blabs would say.
Yeah, yes, she would.
I have that clip somewhere. I just don't have it to hand.
I wish you did, and I wish we had it uploaded.
I could probably find it.
Please do. I honestly, please do by the next week. Psychotic.
I will get it for next week. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. For 2 British pounces, I guess Disparu's knob just got longer.
Well, I don't know about longer. It's definitely got thicker. That's what we can promise there. Thicker and got a really nice spin to it.
Oh, he's fingering it.
It's really smooth.
Justin Martins for $5 says Project Egg Roll could probably cost his legs really well. I'm not going to comment on his egg roll.
I don't know, because that PlayStation game has just come onto PC with all the mods.
I love that we only got to one topic, and I really wanted to get to this. And Wicked, you're probably gonna have to cut it out because
I like that I'm still more sober than you, and I've drank way more.
Yes. So Will Smith came out with a new music video.
I have seen it. I will need to be right back before this. Well, you can play this, but I will be back.
Okay. So we're gonna watch this. Wicked's probably gonna have to cut it. This music video. Okay, so here he says, "I have no idea what possessed Will Smith to try new music." This is coming off of like, I freaking loved Men in Black and all the music, Miami. All that was so really good. So seeing this, it's kind of heartbreaking because he is a good singer-rapper. And I think he even cucked himself in his own music video. So let's just see what he has to say.
I like pretty girls.
Now, even just starting this, like, look at the perspective that he has put himself in. We have DEI Asian girl, DEI black girl, albeit very pretty girls from what I've seen. They're regular sized, and then on top of that, he has shrunk himself to a thing like that. Why? Why do this perspective of large female, tiny Will Smith? When did Extra Girl have time to do the music video? I have a lot of time.
Girls. I love pretty girls. Girls. I like pretty girls. Girls.
Objectively, 2 out of 4 of these girls are pretty. And we're talking about the middle 2. Just in case you were thinking about what I was saying. Why did he hire this one over here?
Because she's ugly.
And this one over here, this looks like a vegan Californian. This looks like the DEI Californian. The other 2 are fine-ish. They're pretty enough, in my opinion.
No, they're not. The reason why is even says it in the song. There is no woman that I don't find attractive.
Well, he did marry Jada.
Well, this is why I kind of think I would not be surprised if this was a threat. That if you cheat on me, there is no woman I wouldn't get with. And I think he's arguing.
Californian.
I think he's arguing from a female perspective, so he thinks she cares. And it's like, no, she doesn't care if you cheat on her. Bro.
F you, Jada,
like,
Pinkett Smith.
I thought this from the slap when it was the first time I looked into the relationship. I think he's essentially taken on the feminine position. And so he's arguing from the female perspective of, if you treat me badly, I will cheat on you. And he doesn't realize she doesn't care. you can get with anyone, she does not care.
You've propelled her career into stratospheres that she would never have achieved without being with you.
She is a nobody.
Mm-hmm. The red table would not exist without you, Will Smith. But anyways, what do you think about without going into the actual music video, what do you think of his interpretation where he is literally in the palm of the hands, teeny tiny cuck Will Smith, in comparison to these large women? Do you think that he did that on purpose, or was it an artistic? Or I actually think that this is how he feels in women, in comparison to women, that he is small.
Everything that, if you make a 3-minute video like this, millions of dollars have been spent on this. This has gone through committees. Every single part of it is deliberate. This is why, if I got a room full of people together, if you were like, well, it doesn't have any Chinese people in it, it doesn't mean anything because I didn't do it deliberately. But these people have told you every single thing about their lives is a tick box. They all love it. They think about it. It's all signed off by multiple people. Everything is deliberate. And yeah, he's on the bottom of... he is on their shoe. Here's what they've stepped in.
Honestly, it makes me sad because 90s Will Smith was so hot. He had Men in Black. He had
better songs. He has
way better songs.
He has made some of the only rap in the world that I can even stand listening to. And it's he made some actually really wholesome songs. So this song made me go back and listen to his Born to Reign album, which is the album that I used to have as a kid. And it has Mama Knows, and it's essentially how his mom knew better for him when he was a kid, but he never really appreciated it until he was an adult. But there's a whole kind of section of it where he's talking about his friend named Chuck. And it was something like me and my friend named Chuck. We always used to hang around. We'd hang around with all these women until I found my friend named Chuck talking to my girlfriend, saying that her life would be better with him in it. And my mom had always told me that he was awful, and I should have listened to her because she knew best. And there's stuff like that. It's like really has meaning that you don't really get in rap in any other way. Whereas rap is essentially, yeah, you should just shoot people and deal stuff for money. Like his rap was actually kind of beneficial to
It was
society rather than
opposite of
derogatory.
Girls, money, and drugs.
I don't have the
Miami
I don't have a
wasn't,
problem
but-
with the message of this song, which is just I like women. Like, well, okay, that's better than a lot of the modern messaging that we get today. But his other stuff used to be actively wholesome. Like there was a song that he did. It was all about his kid, and the music video was him, his baby, and Jada while she was pregnant. And it was, I can't remember what it was called. But I was watching a video of that, and that was just, it was the messages that he would want to pass down to his child, like in that moment. And again, it was really wholesome. And Will Smith's entire image used to be him and his family, and they were the perfect family until people found out what Jada was like. And it's been the same with
slap heard around the world, realistically.
Well, yeah, but if I remember, I made a video about it. You can tell he was laughing when the comment was first made. Then the camera cuts to her. You see she's pissed off, and the next thing he's marching down the stage. And then you look back further, and you're like, okay, so he's already done like a podcast by this point where she says she's cheated on him.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of stuff about that. Will got with a blonde who looked remarkably like this actress previously. And there's it really seems like in that slap fight, he laughed, he looked at her, saw her miserable face, and thought, if I don't do something, she's gonna sleep with this entire place. And I just feel sorry for him, quite frankly. I like pity him at this point. I don't think it's his fault. I simultaneously understand that he should be the one that should just be like, you should just, I need to divorce you. I need to get away from you because you're just horrible. But at the same time, I understand the masculine instinct to, I will sacrifice myself for the good of this family.
Which I get. And I think that especially when we throw the Hollywood aspect of this relationship of him and Jada into it, the idea of the equality that they preach about and having equal 50-50 partnership. And it's
I think that's nonsense.
Well, 50-50 looks different in different relationships, and I'm not knocking on anyone's relationship. Whatever works for you,
I probably am. Like,
but
I don't think equality exists because I think we evolve separately to specialize in different things. And so if you think of like what a 50% of her role is and a 50% of his role is, it would actually involve you doing entirely different things.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is like, so say if we're doing like stay-at-home mom versus working father, how do you equal what you two bring to
that's kind of my point.
table?
I don't think you can. I think the best you can do is the best in your role, which is entirely different to the other person's role. I think the problem comes when everybody tries to do the same stuff. So she's like, you should do this. It's like, well, that's your role. Yeah, but I want you to do this. Like, no, you should both do your own stuff to the best of your ability.
Bringing points into this, like, this is what my friend's husband does, blah, 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 blah. That is not going to be what's healthy because, yes, I get it. We all cannot not all work and work under one income. So whatever works between you and your partner, that's between you two. Don't put another relationship against yours because I'm sorry, this world is just not fair.
That's one of the interesting things about whatever you want to call it, female empowerment, whatever. It was pitched as women get the option to go to work. But the issue is when you make 50% of the population suddenly have an income, it's no longer optional, it's required. And so now everybody needs to go to work. That was the main problem. And so if your role isn't that you shouldn't have ever gone to work, now you demanding it, and I'm of the position that it was never actually demanded, it was top down done by the government to make people think they wanted it. And so it's essentially a lie that's been passed down through the generations that was never true at the time.
And
But-
now we're going back to some women actually saying, I want it to be in this traditional wall. And then we got men.
I don't think it can go back. I don't think economically it can ever
No,
go back.
it cannot. And then we have men literally screaming at women, we need more traditional women. But are you taking the role of a traditional man in that aspect? And then we're fighting.
Well, that's
each other.
impossible though, because the women are in the like
It's
for
a
things to
losing
reset, it would require like a step in the economy. So it would require like literally just by top-down dictate, you can no longer do this, and every single person gets cut out. That's the only way it could ever go back. Because otherwise,
it's hard to go back.
And whenever I say things like this, it's like from a UK perspective. In America, being a bigger place, you have more variety, you have more options to do. You could just take a pay cut, for instance. But in the UK, it would not be possible. But there is a very big aspect of things get forced down from previous people where they're like, well, I want the option to it. So, well, now it's required. Because now, rather than having the moment you double the amount of people in the workforce, you just double the price of your housing. That's just what happens. Math.
Or our food, or utilities, or cars, or whatever it is. They'll charge you in some way or manner. Like in Canada,
well,
like
it's not that they charge you.
prices
It's just there's more money in the economy, and so everyone, like, if you suddenly have a couple that has double the buying power and they buy double the stuff, and everyone buys double the stuff, well, now the shops sell out, so now they double the prices. That's just how maths work.
Mm-hmm. It sucks. And I think that we are in, at least in extreme opposites, we're in a kind of a stalemate. One wants one thing, one wants the other, and trying to find a happy matrimonial compromise is so hard because
this is the difference between the American and the English perspective. Because I don't care what you want. The English perspective is there is a way that you should behave, and you should behave that way. The American perspective is you should be able to behave however you want, and we should just accept everybody behaving however they want.
I don't necessarily
that is not
believe
the English
that though. Like maybe it's because
you know Bonnie Blue, right? She's recently got banned. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Then this is a genuine thing. I have no idea from the American perspective why what she's doing would even be bad. Because she's just a free woman doing a free thing, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with her sleeping with blokes. So what is she doing that's wrong? Because from my perspective, I can tell you why what she's doing is wrong. Because there is a way that she should behave, and she's not behaving in that correct manner.
But the thing is, because
Americans value freedom, and so I don't know what, from an American morals perspective.
But that's two different sects that you're talking about. Like, you have the freedom of speech. Yay, you go, girl, do your thing, make your money, make your bank. I don't care what you do. But then there's you might be going far with what you're doing, and it's okay, and you're a bit of a whore. Blah, 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 blah. Bit of a whore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being all or nothing. I don't really get the point that if I always think there's two positions, right? So you either end up with sort of the purity perspective where you kind of save yourself for your husband, or you don't need to save yourself for your husband because there's nothing wrong with getting with other guys because it's just friction and it doesn't matter. So who cares what you do?
You say that until diseases come into the picture.
I think that's a really poor kind of reason for doing it because then you'd be like, well, as long as I'm not disease free, and you'd be just have that caveat. Like, as far as we know, she's not having disease, so what's the problem?
If you bring the diseases into the picture, the more you have sex with different partners, the increase of possibility of contracting a disease increases with each partner, and that's how we judge the promiscuity.
I don't think it's going anything. I think there is a reason why we judge people for being promiscuous. I don't think it's diseases though, because you could just imagine a world where diseases didn't exist, when I would still say what she's doing is wrong. Like, disease have nothing to do with my judgment of the situation. And this, my thing is, there's a lot of people that go, no, I think you should be able to do whatever you want. She's wrong for doing that, though. I don't like, well, no, you kind of signed your way away for judging things. Whereas I'm the other way. I think we should judge people. And my thing is, I wouldn't care if what she did, like, if she wanted to do exactly what she's doing now, but she wanted to do it in the privacy of her own home that nobody knew about, and she desperately tried to make sure that society didn't realize what she was doing, and she just, like, got her kicks off it in her own home.
That's fair.
I'd be like, okay.
That's fair. Because
But the moment you bring it into the public square, I think every single person in that public square can, should, and would judge you, and you should be immediately ejected from it because what you're doing is against what the society wants.
Oh, we have said this a lot on Poor Choices, and the fact that a lot of these OF stars, especially her and Lily Phillips, is the virality of their posts equates to increases in subscriptions, which AKA means money in their pockets. So they want to be viral only for their own financial benefit.
Well, yeah, but that's been the same for throughout whole of history.
Exactly. So if we're trying to say, if I see you doing this for yourself, if say you're just, we'll go back a decade ago, a corn star. If you start dating a corn star and they still continue being a corn star, would you want to be with a corn star? And tell me, and it's fine if you want to be with one, but you have to know the caveats of being with one because you have to share.
No, but even then,
you
added way more caveats than I would, because you were like, well, if she continues to be, no, she's already done the actions. That means she's tainted forever. My issue is less from that. It's more like from the American's perspective of, if you were like, well, I want to be pro freedom, but you can't judge people for their actions. I think that's a flawed worldview. I think to have like a society,
it is absolutely American though, is it
the
not?
same thing that's going on now. I think actually to have any kind of sustainable society, you have to have a society which has one belief system that everyone agrees to, that they all engage with in public, and everybody acts exactly the same in public, and then in the privacy of your own home, you can do what you want. That's always been the English way. So, because I think to a lot of foreigners, the English way can be quite hypocritical, because I can simultaneously like call someone a slag, but at the same time, if somebody was a slag in their own private life, it doesn't matter if they're keeping it to themselves. It's the public view of things, because when you're out in public and you're influencing other people, okay, so it's essentially the difference between being free
lady on the streets, freak in the sheets, essentially.
No, well, it's not even that. There's different types of freedom. So you have free to do something and free from something. And so in a general society, you should be free from people engaging in uncivilized behavior, because you have a right to having a nice life. So they can do whatever they want as long as they protect other people from their actions. Whereas in America, it's like, no, I should be able to walk out into the street and I should be able to do whatever I want in that street. And other people have no right to tell me what I can't do, despite the fact that I'm negatively influencing their life. And that's, I think that's the key difference between America and England. And that's why I'm not sure why Americans would have a problem with this, because if you want to say that it's fine for you to sleep around wherever you want, and you should be able to do it in public, and I shouldn't be able to judge you for it, then what's your argument against her going with 2,000 men in a day? Because mine would be simple. She's a slag. Like that's all the argument I need.
Men in the chat, I said this, and especially with her and Lily, you know, you do what you want, but
I don't think you can have that argument.
No, with the danger of your stunts is that people are going to try to one up your viral posts. And I don't think having more than even 2 men, maybe even 1 man in your vagina in a day is safe.
Okay, so what about sequentially? What about 30 men in a month?
No.
Exactly, right? Yeah, but you don't have a reason why that's bad. You've just arbitrarily decided.
But
and this is the point. Either it's wrong because she's a woman and she's sleeping with multiple men, Or
I think
she'd be able to go with 1,000 men.
Here with who you put in your vagina.
I would say there is a moral consequence of it.
Yes, there is an emotional consequence and a physical consequence to having even more than one man, even in a week in your vagina.
Well, no, I don't even think it's a week, a month, a year. Like, I don't understand why the timescale really matters. It's a case
No,
of
it really does.
either
because
it has a negative consequence.
HPV, there's
Well, no, 'cause
sexually transmitted diseases.
there was it was always an interesting point where, let's say you kidnap a man and a woman, and you put them in a room, and to get out of this, like, it's a Saw kind of scenario, right? So either they die or they do your challenge. And for the guy, he's got to bang 1,000 women in this room to escape. And for a woman, she's got to bang 1,000 men. To a guy, it wouldn't bother him at all. He would leave that room and it would not affect him mentally in the slightest. To a woman, it would be the worst thing she's ever gone through in her entire life and probably destroy her entire life. Like,
Facts.
this is like an inherent, like, sex difference between the people. And you would think that society would take that and learn something from it. And it's like, no,
But
we're
no.
supposed to think everyone acts the same. It's like,
No, if we look at it in an evolutionary perspective, we have to be choosy as women because guess what? We have one egg dropping a month. Men can have a baby every hour or so if we really wanted. Okay.
way more. Like,
Probably way
thousands
more.
of babies every hour.
Yeah. So if we have to think of the thousands, men can have 1,000 babies in a month. Women can still have one in a month. Okay. Maybe twins if you're lucky, triplets, quadruplets, whatever.
Yeah, only if the egg separates. It's like,
Exactly. Or you drop multiple eggs, and that is a thing that happens with genetics. Blah,
Rarely.
blah, blah, blah. But we're not getting into that details. So, I mean, we're talking about like what your body is able and capable of doing. And the thing is, women are, we've talked about this, they are the gateway to sex. Okay.
yeah.
You have literally all the power.
If anyone doesn't believe that, Google dark rooms.
If you are ever a woman of any stature of 5 and more, you will know that you are literally the gateway of sex. Okay.
Well, no, because the reason that they don't have an alternate perspective, right? So to them, that's just their life. But the best example is in when women are removed completely, and so you've just got blokes after blokes, and they just have rooms with no lights in there. They just go in and bang people. To a woman, that would be entirely like unthinkable, but to blokes, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, if you ever want to know, like, this is why. The best example I ever heard of like how it feels to be a guy would be if you just imagine the Amazon warehouses and there's just boxes piling up by the door, and every hour there's just more boxes. And by the time you get to the full doors full, you're like, this really has to get gone now. And it's like, and then it goes like, oh, finally, now I can get out. There was a thing recently. It was like, if you ever want to know whether you enjoy talking to somebody, just crack one out and see afterwards. It's like, then you'll know. Are they actually that boring, or was there something else there?
I will say women can be very boring, men can be very boring. I think it just, you gotta match.
They're interested
each
in different
other's-
things. Yeah.
You gotta match each other's weirdness, okay? And that is an okay thing. Some people are just better at each other's weird.
Well, it has to be an okay thing because it was basically the foundation of the species. Like,
Yeah,
there's be some
Yeah.
kind of compatibility there, or we wouldn't have made it this long.
absolutely.
And if we ever want to make it
extinct.
if we ever want to make it past AI, then I think this thing, if we want to make it past AI, all of this stuff has to be settled. And it doesn't matter how much people want to get offended, you don't matter anymore. This is the survival of the human species. Otherwise, you just get replaced by cat girls. It's like
Oh wait, do I have cat girl ears here?
I'm not sure that's going to be enough. You have to have catgirl ears and not be insufferable. That's the problem.
Oh, I mean, it depends on each person. I might be insufferable to others. I might be sufferable to others. There we go.
I would not be surprised if the human species just declines to a certain point and then regrows from there, and we just end up with better people. I think we are about to cull more people from humanity than ever before.
I think the divisiveness of between the politics and the social aspect between men and women, men and
Well, have you
women
seen the
are
gender differences?
insane. What?
The gender differences in politics is women are just going left and men are just going right, and which makes sense because left is just an effeminate ideology, right is a masculine ideology. It just used to be that I don't know how to phrase this
What were
better,
the
so I'm just going to say it.
before that?
Oh well, there's graphs to do it. I can probably find it. I had to Google for it, but Korea is actually the most significant one, where the most
I
between
see
the
that.
male. Yeah, I can find it. I'll post it in the group chat later. But the most interesting part is with that kind of difference, it's gonna have to unify at some point, or it's gonna die out. I forgot the point because I started talking about graphs.
Differences of men and women relationships and the disparity between the two sexes, gender roles, blah, I don't know what else.
I don't know. I had a point, but then I got distracted by you saying you wanted to see the graphs of the data.
I'm sorry. I like seeing graphs. I like seeing a visual depiction of what we're talking about. So
Well, it's the interesting thing is the same across all countries. Like women are going one way, men are going the other, because like leftism is basically just female instinct, right wing is masculine instinct, and quite frankly, that was it. I was going to say I don't know a better way of saying it. Is that basically the right wing patriarchy is basically a more complex, more revolved version of left wing ideology. The left wing stops at, and you can look it up yourself. There's loads of research on it. Any kind of psychological research about morality all agrees. Even the feminists. This is why I use the term justice-based morality and care-based morality. Is because a feminist thought it up, and so it is. The justice-based morality has 5 stages. The care-based has 3, because if you think of 2 circles, the masculine morality is a bigger circle, and the feminine circle is a smaller one, because it's meant for families. And so that is only concerned with how you best deal with the morals between you, your husband, and your kids. And men had to deal with the world. And so they had to come up with more complex ideas of how we deal with basically horrific people that you don't have in your own family because they're not of your genetics.
Sounds like an episode of You.
Well, it would be. Like, this is why men used to be judges, educational. They knew how to deal with more complex structures. That's what's going to happen, though. And so, as when you got rid of it was essentially low birth rates. When you got rid of high infant mortality, high IQ people stopped breeding, low IQ people started breeding, and now you're going into AI, which will then filter out a load of people. And
The middle is gone.
I think the human race will essentially dive bomb into AI, and you will end up with just a few people who only group with other people, and they will be the ones that breed out of AI. I think you'll end up with essentially an inverse industrial revolution.
We have extremists, essentially, and I think the middle group has gone.
I don't think it's extremist. I think you'll end up with... And I actually think they've been basically the more stable people. So,
the extreme sides of the coin of any argument is kind of like what I'm saying is like the middle ground is completely...
I disagree. I think the middle ground is the least... I think they're the most... Okay, so... Think of it from an evolutionary perspective. It is beneficial from an evolutionary perspective to have a big blob of people, the majority of people going in one direction, because you're like, well, evolution said this was the right way, so you want most people to be going in that way, and then you want like feelers, like the explorationary people to be like, well, is this an evolutionary advantage or is this an evolutionary advantage? So like 80% of people going in the majority, and then the 20% exploring. and then maybe they're the most successful people, and then you shift society in a certain way. And I think that's what will happen. I don't think that the center is ever the best position of anything. I think there is a correct position, and it's never in the center. But the center slowly bends towards the correct path.
I always say this. We used to have birthing hips. Birthing hips are no longer a thing, guys. Okay? We have...
Well, I remember when small asses were attractive, and then the internet brought in foreign cultures to England, and that influenced what people in England found attractive.
Mhm.
That was
Kim
probably
Kardashian.
one of the most yeah, but it's probably one of the eye-opening things, because then I found that my culture was influenced by the mass perception of other nations. And just because they found things attractive because they felt other people found things attractive.
Trends. Absolute trends. Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I remember when it changed. And you could, like I say, people complain I bring up coupling. You can go and watch coupling. There's a whole arc of, you have a small arse and it's getting bigger, and that's a bad thing. And
now it's a good thing.
That's what the 90s was. And that's the kind of person I am. I have not changed. I am one of the peripheries. It's like, I will be here and I will go extinct with everybody else. But it is interesting when you think of, like, your entire ancestry goes back millennia. And if you don't have kids, that's the end of it. It's like,
it's kind of sad.
Millions upon millions of people gave birth for you to be here, and you're just like, no. It's like, oh, okay, sorry. That's probably a mistake.
I totally understand Genghis Khan and why he had so many kids now.
Well, this is why I'm for Elon Musk giving birth to as many babies as possible. I think
although
the best people
Ashley
should.
Sinclair,
I am very hierarchy
bad
based.
idea.
Who? Sorry.
Ashley St. Clair.
Oh, I think it's less important who a man breeds with than the man.
No,
I think it's male
I
genetics.
agree with that.
I think most women are, like, if you look at any kind of graph of variability, men are far more variable, women are basically the same. And so you will have a far smaller variability from one end to the other.
I just wish I didn't hear about Ashley St. Clair a lot this past
She
year.
is a complete gold. Oh yeah, I am no fan. Complete gold digger. But she's also hot and a psychopath. So,
no, she is absolutely hot. I think physically she is very attractive, but I really hope that her mental aspects are not passed on to the child.
Oh, they will be.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, she is the primary.
That's how she arrived. Because
she's the
her ancestors were hot and a psychopath.
Yep. So, Cajun Corey for $5 says, just opened my water bill and my electric bill at the same time. I was shocked.
So you should be.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is, you should know better. You need to wear rubber soles.
Absolutely. Of course, for $100 says our girl X-rays. Of course. I don't know what you're agreeing with.
Yeah, probably that you're a shoe on your head.
Shoe. Hey, you know what? I am a shoe and I'm Canadian, so that makes so much sense. Shoe. I did put that in my name.
Yeah, I mean, if you were Canadian pronouncing your Chinese name, it would just be like XUE.
Reset the cripple for 10 says, Disper, you are wrong about the American perspective. Americans believe in freedom within the confines of Christian morality system. What are you describing? A freedom above all is just libertarianism.
That is probably correct if you traveled back to the origins of America when you were basically English. Well, no, they were. Like, America is just England traveled abroad. The Constitution is just English law. Every single word of the Constitution is from English law. They just took it from various different books and decided to culminate in one article, in like one piece of text, like word for word. The issue is, I don't think that's what America is now. I think now America is, I hold a flag up and I can do whatever I want. And it's that I disagree with. And it's only something I realized very recently. I thought America and England were basically the same country. And it's like, no, I actually don't agree with a lot of American values at all. If you are in public and you don't engage in English behavior, I would put you in prison. I have no problem with using the court, the government, the system to enforce English laws. And the simple fact is, to me, that is freedom, because all English people would behave the same. it only became a problem when non-English people came to England. And I'm like, oh, if you won't obey our law, if you won't obey English culture, well, I have to force you. And you should be forced because it's the best thing to do.
No comment. I've been thinking of some naughty things. Anyways, thank you, Resef. Chris Nicholson for $10.
She's thinking that all that freedom she could have in America.
I am literally getting allergies, hives right now thinking about freedom. Chris Nicholson for $10.
As a Canadian, she's that allergic to freedom.
Yeah. No, it's true. Every time I come back, I'm sick. So that must mean something.
No, I don't want ever to be like anyone to think that I look down on America. Every time I've been to America, I come back here and think this is a crap hole. It really is.
Oh my god! You know what's funny?
I am not. I am never crapping on America. I just noticed the difference.
I love. Okay, so in my car, Disbrew, do you remember when you were doing? You got the pictures doing the windmill thing, and so I have those pictures in my car. Which is so funny because I have pictures of you in my car. And every time
I would like to point out, even at the time, I'm like, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I have no idea why anyone would pay for those pictures.
But I love it. I love that this is my car. So,
as they were happening, like, I have no idea why this is going on.
So yeah, I have pictures of Disbrew in my car for reasons, whatever, because I drove my car out to where he was at the time, and so we were forgotten in the car. I will give them back to the person.
I lost my bag then as well. I was too drunk. I just left it in the bar.
Find it ever?
No, it's in that bar.
Shoot, that sucks.
It was a cheap bag. It didn't know anything in it. It had a bottle of water in it. That's what it had.
Huh. That could be valuable in certain countries. But
my DNA in the future.
You were so happy in those pictures that I love that. And I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, I was really confused. I'm like, why?
I just have pictures of you in my car. That's it. I'll return them to you one day. Chris Nicholson for $10 says Jordan Peterson wrote that the inherent toxicity in men is extending dominion over things which isn't meant to control, whereas in women, it is extending empathy towards that which shouldn't be tolerated.
Jordan Peterson is an effeminate bitch. That's the best thing I can say about the guy. He is a very intelligent bloke. He is a very effeminate bloke. He is the symbolic female in a man's body. I actually don't have that much of a problem with believing that people are born in the wrong body. I never have. Because effeminate men exist, and he is one of them. And
I need to know what he's talking about with women, though, because I'm very curious on what that aspect means.
There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. It just doesn't exist. What he means is masculinity. And the idea in modern society is that anything that isn't feminine is wrong, and therefore it's toxic. Like, they treat female as the default person, and so if you're not the default person, then you are toxic, and you are wrong, and you should be morphed into what is correct, which would be to act like a woman. And this is done mainly from it's an inability, it's a weakness, it's an inferiority that they can't imagine somebody else's perspective. They cannot imagine being different to themselves. So if you're not them, you are wrong. And that is Jordan Peterson.
Which is
simultaneously
interesting.
smart, but very limited.
Because when I think about the empathy that I feel towards other people, like, I don't expect people to understand how I feel or relate to that, because I think we have and I'm going to use
this is an IQ difference. Well, no, it's an IQ and a temperament difference, because Jordan Peterson is clearly smart, but there seems to be, and maybe it's not linked to IQ. Maybe it's just linked to individual people that, like, the ability to abstract away from themselves. For instance, the people that always take pictures of themselves in front of other people, like, they are people that are more self-focused, because if I don't exist in the picture, what's the point of the picture?
Facts. Okay.
Whereas there are others that cannot perceive anything different themselves. So if you're not them, they just don't get you. They don't understand you. You are wrong. And that is
like
the
pictures of men and women in space. Selfies versus the picture of Earth.
The Earth is there. So maybe you want to take the picture. No, I want to take my picture of my face in front of Earth. It is a case of female selfies are just their face covering up things which are more important than their face, or more interesting than
because their personal opinion is they're more important than the thing that is besides them in the picture.
But that's why I find Jordan Peterson interesting, because he is an intelligent person, but he is also someone who cannot understand what a man is like. He is just a woman. Like, he is such a very, very, and the thing is, he will agree. Like, he knows he's very feminine because he knows all the data of what female traits are. And this is why when I say, like, male and female, I don't mean, like, specific biology. I mean traits. So you can have effeminate men, and he is an effeminate man. So he thinks like a woman. To all intents and purposes, he is a woman. He's just in a man's body. And he has all the weaknesses of that, which is the moment he starts talking about a man, he doesn't understand them. But because he is more masculine than a woman would be, he does understand things like, you should clean up your room. You should self-improve. And so he can talk to men up to a point, but then there comes a point where he's just like, he's just not that.
I
He's
think
not
that
worthwhile anymore.
he is
Like, he can start you on the path, but then you need to basically evolve.
take it
past him
into your own hands.
Well, no, you need to evolve past him into men. Like, the worst advice would come from a woman. Then you can get Jordan Peterson, who's very good at starting you on the path to the basics of maybe you need to self-improve, maybe you stop needing crying, maybe you need to actually control your emotions, maybe you need to stop being stoic, maybe you stop, like, thinking about the rest of the world. And then you need to probably start listening to a man. This is he's a good stepping stone. He's a good start. If you're in the worst position possible, fair enough, he's a great guy. Then maybe you need to adapt to something a bit deeper than Jordan Peterson.
He's surface level. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's not a bad thing. I actually think everything starts with some kind of evolution.
we need
from
a
one point to
gateway
another.
drug into normalcy, acceptance, and good communication between the two sexes, because I find it rather saddening how opposite some of the extremes are, and I want us all to love each other, and if only we just
Well,
like
that's a very effeminate perspective in itself. But the thing is, what you have a point where, even like racism, right? So some people would consider racism to be imitating another person's accent. Now, what you mean by racism then isn't that you're considering someone to be, like, better than somebody else. You're saying that pointing out a difference from one group to another group is racist. And that's what we got with sexism. So sexism is no longer saying that men are better than women. It's saying that men are different than women, even if it's true.
But it's true.
It is true. But if you say it, you're a misogynist.
Guess what? Y'all have a penis and I have a vagina.
And this is the point that you have. We will not fix society until we can get back to the male, because it is a male perspective, that reality exists, and that's what matters most, more than your feelings. We are now in the female perspective. And I don't think this is what a lot of feminists realize, is that they won. They won, and they won for years. We are living in your world. You are the default. Men are the inferior. Men are the exception. Everything is based around what you want. This is your perfect reality. If you don't like it, it's your fault. And all people are doing, maybe it should be like reality, because perception, like the entire idea of virtue signaling, is a very effeminate perspective. Men care about deeds. Women care about perception. And then I think that deeds are a better reality than.
No, absolutely. Because
it is better than someone is good than they are perceived to be good.
It's like marketing versus the action, and we've seen it in The Boys. Like, if we look at even just like the first two
The Boys is a
seasons
good
of
example.
The Boys, like Homelander, he has the best marketing ever, right? And people love him. But does he do things that are good? Does he do things? So we gotta kind of take that into perspective. But I mean, he is the extreme of the comics.
Well, I was thinking more about the show, because the director in that told everyone what it was. He told everyone it was utterly biased. It was meant to show you that this guy was evil. It was meant to push one political perspective. He said that right from the start in every series. And people are constantly surprised at every single series. That's what it is. But he was always very honest about what he was pushing, a biased perspective of the world all the time.
But I think the anti-hero did cloud people on what good and evil
I don't
is.
think it's an anti-hero. And this is my thing with everything. I don't think Section Thing 31 was an anti-hero. I think that what you have is a a polar opposite view of morality, and so when they write a villain, they write a hero. The best person in Robin Hood was
the
the
crazy
villain.
part
The
is because
the
we
best
try
person
to-
in Ironheart will be the villain. I guarantee it.
we try to equate some of the reasons why people be bad, and this is why I say the anti-hero. The greatest anti-hero is obviously Dexter, who was trained to put his passions into something that is for the good. But
I'm not
we
sure he's
have
an anti-hero. I think he might just be a hero. He only killed bad people.
motivations. But I guess
do motivations matter, or do this is one of the things that never this is the most interesting part. Like, he killed villains, he killed evil people, he killed people that abused the legal system, but they were guilty. He never punished innocents, and so doesn't that make him a hero? He is the person taking up the slack in an inferior, faulty system. He shouldn't be needed, but he is.
But
Because
he
of
is
the inherent weakness of people.
He is, well, from what I know, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, Chet. He is the first, we'll call it hero, which I agree with. He is a hero, where he put his passions of wanting to kill to something that was of the greater good. And now we have characters where we're trying to relate. Imagine 101 Dalmatians and Cruella de Vil. Oh, she had a sad story, so we're supposed to like her more for it or whatever.
This is the point between the masculine and the feminine, though. I'm arguing from Dexter from the masculine perspective of the consequences of his actions were that he killed evil people. And so I don't think that him enjoying it really matters, because he only persecuted and brought judgment to evil people. Whereas the feminine perspective would be the Dalmatians one, where we're all equal. And what that does is, she is not responsible for her actions. Because if you were put in her perspective, you're exactly the same person she would be, and you would end up doing the same thing. So it is wrong to punish her for her actions, because she doesn't choose her actions, her environment chooses her actions.
I don't know, killing people is wrong in all my opinions, but hey.
well, that's the leftist perspective, though. Like, the right-wing perspective would be, you are responsible for everything you do. The left-wing perspective is, you're not. You're all the same.
I just don't want to kill people.
But your life makes you do things. And if your life makes you do things, it would be wrong to persecute you for things that your life made you do. Because if you were born in my life, you'd act how I do. And I disagree with that entirely. And this is the whole thing with Dexter. I don't think he was a bad person, because he just brought justice to evil people. He didn't kill innocent
Chad
people.
is saying that he killed a couple innocent people. I don't remember. It's been a while since I watched
There were some
Dexter.
people, and that's where the debate gets more interesting. I'm kind of... This is one of those times where I'm kind of taking devil's advocate, where I know the weaknesses in my own argument, but in the main, I'm arguing it for a point.
We're the majority of the argument. Like we're talking about, yeah.
Like, the times where he murdered innocent people were essentially where they found him out. Essentially.
Yeah. Honestly, I think these are good talks. It's like...
And even then, you have a point of how many innocent people would it be worthwhile to kill to make sure you continued persecuting evil people that the court let go?
Which is why, like, I think Dexter is such an enigmatic character to
it's why it's so interesting, because the TV show isn't just talking about an event. It's talking about an idea. What you've done is you've extrapolated things beyond the basic events of reality into another layer. Like, it's removed it. And that wouldn't interest everybody, but it interests some people. And that's what Star Trek used to do. Star Trek wasn't about a lot of people in space. But a lot of people in space exploring ideas that they'd never met before, and they were using their perception to explore greater things. And that's what all entertainment used to be, until people got more stupid. And as the IQ drops over time into a smaller amount of people, now everyone makes entertainment for a smaller, lower IQ group of people, and it's not as interesting because everyone's got to write it for the base amount of people.
Well, this is why I really... Okay. Although, albeit, like, I didn't love the season of Dexter when Miguel was brought in. I think that was the season after Trinity Killer. because
yeah, he was the high point. The Trinity Killer was definitely the high point of that series.
yeah, but Miguel it was kind of like a reflection into we have Dexter who has morals and what he wanted to do for killing people. There's his rules and whatnot. And then Miguel, who also enjoyed killing, wanted to kill bad people, but according to his rules on who was bad and the kind of the dichotomy of the two and what was okay and what was not okay, and trying to figure that out against Harry's rules.
Well,
Which
do
was
you
good.
notice
I don't
though?
know.
We'd moved past the point in the series where the investigation was about, is it wrong to kill bad people? Well, no, obviously it's fine to kill bad people. He's been doing that for like, now we're just arguing
Yeah.
about where the line is. And that's
Yeah.
the interesting part of series. That is the interesting part of morality. It's like the next Star Trek, The Next Generation. There's loads of people like, well, it's just a common issue. It isn't. And they're like, well, it's just inclusive. It isn't. They actively excluded people. So what Star Trek is actually about is exploring where that line is. Like,
Yep.
how much work do you need to do in a land with like no limitations on production? Where is that line in morality where we should even allow you to be in our civilization? Because we have to have some kind of standards. And
Yeah.
that's the interesting part of entertainment. And that's where we don't have it, because we just employ a lower quality of person. And you will not, until you get past the equality like doctrine, you will never get back to that point of entertainment. You have to believe in hierarchy. This is the most important aspect of any morality to make entertainment programs.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest, I kind of like that we're talking about Dexter and morality versus some of the other crap that's out there.
Yeah. There's, Joker 2. One of the most interesting things about Joker 2 is I could actually have a conversation with people about a show that was competently made. I am so done with talking about shows where we are talking about, does the plot make sense? The minimum that should be required of a writer is that your plot makes sense. That should be just like everything. That is so basic. At least with like Joker 2, we got to talk about, what did the person intend with what they were making? What were they trying to say? Like, that's where the interesting conversation is to me, rather than the lower quality stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like the idea of like on FNT when there was like, oh, I'm so glad we're back to the nerd debate on who and what makes sense.
It's a superhero show. What kind of superhero show should not have a nerd debate about it?
I know.
Like, seriously.
So
The fact that you could make a superhero costume that wasn't like a nerd debate, like, that we got bigger issues. Like, does this plot actually make sense?
like, it should not have to be in the conversation, but unfortunately it is. And
it's just, I don't know, like, that's always been one of the comedy elements of that. It's like how low things have sunk.
Yeah, pretty low.
I would rather have Joker 2, because at least Joker 2, I made an interesting video about Joker 2, about what I thought the meaning of Joker 2 was, and I still think I'm correct. That the meaning of that was like a rebel against society. It was a rebel against, if you disagree with the overarching social power, then you should be crushed. And I'd not seen that from anyone else, but that's what I think is correct. And I would happily debate that with people, and I find that interesting. What I don't find interesting is rank your favorite Star Wars episodes from 1 to 6. I just
you mean
can't.
1 to 9? Or are we
Like,
gonna give
I
them a
haven't watched them in
chance?
years. Like I say, I only watch movies like once, and it's like, well, if you want me to watch these Star Wars episodes, I'm gonna have to watch them again, so I know them recently, because I wasn't. For a start, when I was 12, I wasn't watching them with a critical eye. It's like, I haven't watched them since.
Starry-eyed and all.
I just think there's more interesting conversations, and that's what I hope Hollywood gets back to. But simultaneously, I know it's never going to happen, because the people in Hollywood aren't capable of that kind of conversation.
One day, maybe. But the thing is, you have to be able to look at a situation and realize the rights along with the wrongs. and the gray area. And some people don't want to admit they're wrong.
Eh,
And that's the
well-
sad part.
Well, yeah, but not being able to admit you're wrong is also the kind of thing that gets exposed through conversations like, so, Dexter season 2, do you think she deserved it? And it's like, that's the kind of thing, because then you get a fit, because I think that's what TV essentially and entertainment is. It is a fake reality which exposes real world moral problems, and it gives you a position, and you're like, well, you can agree with it or you can disagree with it. Would you do that? Would you not do that? Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it? And it's to teach you the way to navigate that situation in real life without going through the dangerous situation that it took to occur. So it's like an educational experience. And that, to me, is what all stories are meant to be. It teaches you things without making you go through the harm, the danger, the sacrifice, the social penalization that would be required to teach you that lesson any other way.
Yeah. And I think
And
it's going to take a lot more
you
conversation.
too can have a massive knob.
Oh my God. I was going to say, it's going to take a lot of conversation to get to that point. I do think it was a bit of a win to see albeit not great trailer, but a better trailer than the rest of them. The Ironheart trailer, which we didn't get to, as well as the Superman trailer.
I don't think it's a
was
better trailer. Because it listened to the people, right? So it clearly listened to, she's not a hero, she's iconic, we're going to say she's a hero. It also included demon magic. Be it, like, submitting your hugely advanced technology to demon hellspawn is not a moral improvement over thievery.
That's just a
It's
win.
like, it just isn't. Like, if this is the negotiation we're gonna have to make, I would rather you be a thief than take advanced, almost impossible technology and submit it to a demon overlord.
Either way, I'm just saying it is a step possibly in the listening direction, not maybe the right direction, but
No, you know what? You know what was the right direction? When Robin Hood with a Y had the main character go, This is the pair of envy. It was used on women who had intercourse with the devil. I'm like, babe. I was like,
the choices we all make, it means something, right?
I'm kind of upset that we fell out with Professor X because I think me and him would have actually got on really well.
Hey, you would win him in a race, okay?
I don't know about being in a race, but I think we would have shared a lot of worldview given by the example of this series.
Amazing. We got Single Guy Cooking for $2. Says pickle juice, chew. Thanks, Single Guy Cooking. Cranberry. Thank you for the $5. Says, what character sci-fi fantasy would you want in a series that doesn't exist yet? X-Ray Girl, maybe a superhero or fantasy character. Ooh, shoot, what was the tiara? There was
I will answer in the meantime while she thinks. Mine would be the Night Angel trilogy. It's a really dark assassin-based trilogy that deals with even prediction of the future and time and dark magic, and it is the ultimate, what would you do that was evil to do something that was good?
Oh my God!
Well, as she's still thinking, I will continue to fill time. So, the Night Angel trilogy starts off really dark. I will warn anyone that reads it of that. As long as you get past because it's about assassins. And you can imagine an assassin's childhood. Once you get past that, it has every part of a story you could possibly want. And even as a fourth book. So I call it the Night Angel trilogy, but it's actually 4 books. And my favorite part is a guy who can predict the future, who sees his own future, and then wipes his own memory, because he knows if he could predict his own future, he would never continue with it. So this is a guy who sacrifices his perfect life, the life that he always wanted, because he knows if he doesn't, then the future that needs to happen will not exist. But it's kind of it is better to have loved and lost than ever to have loved at all, but a hell of a lot darker. And this is one of the things I think Hollywood misses, is without reading stories like that, without reading the dark masculine stories, you will never be able to write any of the others. And I just think they lack the experience, basically.
God, I can't remember the series that I wanted. What I want. This is gonna kill me.
I can also talk about female series if you wanted me to take your part.
No.
I have also read femme fantasy stories without all of the random elf sex.
There was okay. I don't know, chat. If you maybe read the same book series as I did, there's a series where there's like 8 or 9 in the book where they give runes of, say, voice, vanity, strength, dexterity, and I just remember them. Oh my god, I can't remember the series, but I would totally want to see that. But anyways, okay, well, I'm
I don't
never
know,
gonna remember it.
One of the good sort of female-based magic series is the Dark Magician. I know that's one of the names of one of the books in the series, exactly, but that is based around from a female perspective.
Oh, okay. TOR publishing group. It was a TOR publishing group.
Oh, they
Probably
publish
no one's
loads of
gonna know
stuff.
it. They have a lot, though, to be fair. And I'm looking at the titles that are common, and I don't see any of the ones that I had
Yeah,
read.
Tor are one of your main fantasy
Yeah,
publishers.
it was. So there was a ginger, redhead, white girl, Greek mythology name. I forgot. And then there was a black haired girl. Anyways, it's fine. I'm never gonna remember. I'll think of it and I'll let you guys know.
Never search for Tor ginger girls. You end up on TikTok.
Oh God, that might sound like a different type of story than I would.
Yeah, the
want.
video is called Gorgeous Ginger Girls Compilation and Edits. I don't think that's what you meant.
Oh God, this sounds scary. That sounds scary.
But yeah,
will
the
go
Dark
home.
Magician actually has it where female assassins will shag a guy to death.
Lord of Runes. I'm gonna search that right now.
Possibly. Because I remember things like The Name of the Wind and stuff with Patrick Rothfuss. Shares a surprising amount with George R.R. Martin. Incredible books. We'll never finish them. I actually think Patrick Rothfuss is a better writer than George R.R. Martin. He's never going to finish his books either, so it doesn't really matter.
It's not Lord of Runes. Sorry. Tor book series.
What is it? The Demon Cycle? That's a good series, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, the Demon Cycle. If anyone wants a book about demons and runes, the Demon Cycle is amazing.
I put Tor book series about runes and rebirth, and nothing's come up that I recognize. I'm so sorry, chat. So, well, we tried.
It's all right. I have plenty. So you got the Demon Cycle, if you like runes and demons, where you take demon magic into yourself. That's great. Lightbringer Chronicles, also amazing. Brent Weeks, great author.
God, this is gonna bother me until I find out.
It's fine. I can fill with different authors as long as you need to find those books.
No, I don't think I'm gonna find it at this rate. I have to go home and hold the books in my hands.
Well, the interesting thing about Brent Weeks is how, and this should not be a talent in modern times, but it is. He can see things from different perspectives. And so he simultaneously argues from one side of the Empire wants this because it's better for civilization to we got rid of it for this because it's better for the economy. And he argues from the same time, he argues from different sides of political perspective in his own books from the same person. Like, yeah, this is the way it used to be historically, but we changed it because it just didn't work. And that is down to American cultural influence. You can probably pick up what I'm putting down here at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But in the book, it makes sense. And he provides good arguments. And that's just what you do not have. They cannot put other people's perspectives into their own books. And they can't argue from both sides.
And that's the sad part about a lot of things is that if you want to put your voice in different genres, you should be able to empathize a lot of characters and be able to write these types of characters because guess what? You gotta reach them out and then,
Well, it's because modern society treats it as blasphemy. So if I was like, well, actually, maybe owning people is a good idea, you'd be like, no, there cannot be any positives to that. Yeah, but what if there was though? What if in society there was? Like, no, that's no, it's a religious idea. I was like, well, yeah. Like, fantasy is designed to explore these ideas, and that's the interesting part of fantasy. And once you remove that, well, now you're just in, like, history. Well, no one's reading fantasy for history, so grow up, you peasant.
Yep. Lone Wolf for $5 says, make the British Empire great again.
Yes, absolutely. The time we took the colonies back. Although, we should probably get rid of the government at the same time and just go back to a king. We have one guy who's just based.
We'll get there eventually, I think.
Long live the base guy.
Well, anyways, we have gone on way.
I noticed. I was wondering whether you'd go. Actually, no, I need to go. It's like, well, I'm happy to sit here either way. It's
I've been enjoying this regardless. This is why
the funny thing is, Wicked every time is like, do you think you can go for 3 hours? I'm like, maybe.
We can go for way longer. And this is the thing. Once we get rid of Wicked,
the shamer. The person. Yes. The shamer in chief.
Wicked. What am I talking about? Disbrew, what are you up to?
I would like to point out that at one point Wicked did go, I will pop into the stream.
She totally didn't.
No, she did. Hey, go back and read the messages. She went, because she was like, well, the time's different, so I will pop in at the end because I don't need to be in the other one anymore, is what she said.
Did she pop in? I missed
it. No, that's what I mean. She didn't pop in, but she said she would. I am more than happy to shame people publicly.
Oh, thank you. I did
no
not
problem.
realize.
I am British. I don't care. My entire point in this stream is I don't care about social perception of groups.
Well, here we are, guys. Okay. Disper, what is coming up for you? Any new videos or anything?
There's gonna be some stuff which retreads kind of what I brought up today. That there's a weird thing where people are like, do you think Marvel can change direction? And then there's like a lot of actors and actresses like, I'm really bored of Marvel movies. Yeah, maybe if the actors and the actresses can find out this is a problem, maybe you need to change stuff within the company. So there's gonna be that. But mainly for me, it is waiting for Ironheart, which is in about a week.
Ironheart, yes.
3 episodes back to back. We're gonna have no doubt the reviews before those episodes come out because Chris Gore said he's got access to them, so other people must as well. So I'm waiting for those reviews to come out. And I'm kind of just looking forward to the ultimate dumpster fire, which is Ironheart using demonic magic to say she's a hero as she steals from people.
Yes. I can't wait for the ultimate horridity that is that show.
It's gonna be glorious.
It is going to be glorious. I don't know if it's going to be as good as
I think it's going to be another Willow. I'm calling it out.
Well, it's not going to be as good as MILF Manor, but it will be.
Chris Gore said it's the worst thing Marvel have ever produced, according to his source. And his source liked all the previous Marvel stuff. So if he liked all of that and he thinks this is bad, how amazing must it be?
It's going to be really bad.
It's going to be really amazing. Bad. This is going to be genius. Like, they should, like... Yeah. Like, if he liked that and he hates this, and I like that and I'm gonna hate this even more, it means I'm gonna like this even more. This is gonna be the ultimate test of this is probably gonna be the lowest Marvel bar of all time.
Yep. Well, I can't wait to see it. How bad that is. Andrew Matthews, actually, he found the book, which is funnily enough titled Rune Lords when I said Rune.
I thought you were going to say 50 Shades of Grey.
No. So this is the book series that I actually quite enjoyed, Rune Lords, and I thought it was really good. There's actually 2 TR series that I realized that I liked. One was the Rune Lords and one was another one that I cannot remember with the ginger. So there's still time to figure out who it is. But this is actually a great book series that I quite enjoyed. Whether it's great or not, you'll have to let me know. I quite like the world that I was brought into. There was a
But you do
sci-fi.
tend to find out, like, any fantasy book series which lasts for a certain number of books tends to be decent just because it needed enough readers to get that.
There's 8 books in the series.
Yeah, so
So-
it must have been popular, so it must be decent.
I just remember, so there's a bookstore that was on quite near U of T, University of Toronto, and it had a bunch of sci-fi books. And I just remember finding these, and I bought all of them. And so it was just so good. I could not put it down. So it was this and another TOR series, and one day I'll find it. But I cannot remember for the life of me right now. But yeah.
And if you ever want a magic series about it's a women's magic series. Imagine a women's rom-com but in magic. And it is just I can't remember what the series is, but I know one of the books is called The Dark Magician or The Black Magician. And it's all based around you're a magician on your own, but you have like a surrounding, like a skin essentially of magic. But if you sleep with somebody else, you break that skin of magic and they can kill you if they absorb your magic during it.
Gross.
Which is what the women did. But at some point in history, that was lost, and only one tribe had it. Other people called them the Black Magician, and he was the one that could take other people's magic by breaking their kind of magic bond.
Interesting.
And so you have this woman who's the main character, and she meets this guy who is the highest status wizard, because he's the Black Magician, who's the only one that knows this skill, and their country gets invaded. And so he's essentially the one guy who's trusted with this dark knowledge. There's actually a prequel book that explains why it's all dark knowledge and stuff, which is actually decent. But the original book is it's all told. It's written by a female author, so it's all told from like the dark mystical guy who's high status and desperately interested in you, who comes to you every night to suck you of your magic. It's like 50 Shades of Grey, The Handmaid's Tale, but in sort of magic terms.
Love it, love it, love it. You know what? It sounds like Baldur's Gate 3 with.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like, she finds out that you can suck the magic from people, and then she's like, well, if I can save the world, take mine.
Just do it. All right, so I have a blanket that I'm trying to sell on eBay. If you guys are interested, I'm actually using it right now.
And you can see where that blanket was pulled up from.
Yeah. So right now, I have to say I am very, very happy that we're even looking at this amount. I was only looking at $100. So if you're interested, there will be more blankets posted in the future. It's just going to take as long as I take to make it. If you're interested in this one, I have technically slept and used it. Using that title because someone told me I should.
Don't say technically. If you're gonna commit to the bit, and at least sleep in it properly.
I did sleep in it last night and the last 4 nights. So yes, I slept it last night. It got a little cold, so I had to put a blanket on top of the blanket. But the nights before were fine. So yeah,
several sweaty nights in the blanket.
Yes. But I love this blanket. It's
you have to learn how to be a salesman.
I'm not a salesman. I'm too shy about it. But I really do love this blanket. I think this is a great blanket on your couch.
It looks massive.
It is huge.
You showed it on
taller than me.
Yeah, the real BBC, I think, when you showed it. Yeah, it goes on for ages.
Touching the floor, and it's like a head above me. It's a head above me, at least. So it's very warm, very comforting. I love crocheting, and I'm glad I could bring my grandma-ness into this world, is all I have to say.
It is weird how like wool clothes are deemed to be like, this is a wool t-shirt. I like all the t-shirts I wear. That's why I only wear these black t-shirts anymore. Like, wool t-shirts are just the best. It's like, It is
crochet
weird though
stuff.
how we've moved to like all these fake things. Actually, probably the stuff we wore originally was better.
Yep. And yeah. So if you're interested, next week, Friday at 9 p.m., the auction is over. Like I said, more stuff is to come. Just wait for it, please, if this is out of your price range. And eventually it will obviously fall down. I think I'm just trying to see what it ends up being. And what I'll do is do an auction or a buy in the future. So maybe you just buy it outright in the future versus do this thing. Andrew Matthews for £2 says a redhead woman in a book. More in, please. There was a raven-haired woman as well as a Greek male who was not as good looking, but I think his name was like Brutus or something. I could be very wrong about that. I just have to go home, look at my bookshelf, and I will be able to name the title of the books, but I cannot for the life of me remember.
It is true though, there was a lot of red-headed and like, sort of raven-headed women in various different book series that then got eradicated. And it is simply because there is no greater peak of that culture than sort of redhead. Like redheads don't exist in any of the culture.
No,
And
now
so
they're
that's
saying
why they were the first to go.
gingers are the new black people or whatever it is that they're saying. So,
Well, it's because the gingers only exist in Western culture. They don't exist in any other ethnicity, which is why they were the first to go.
yeah, that's sad. Sad. But anyways, this is the longest Saucy Saturdays we had because Wicked's not here.
It is.
Love you,
but,
Wicked.
I just thought, like, well, I'm happy to be here for as long as you want to go. So I just figured you would end it whenever you were like, I'm fed up. So I was like, fair
I'm
enough.
not fed up. I'm getting tired. I go to bed at 11 p.m. every night, and it is 10:57.
Oh yeah,
and
I just figured I'd leave it in your hands. I was like, well, you know, you can end it at any time, so I'll just go along with whatever you do.
this has been honestly really great. I love Saucy. I miss Wicked. And so for everyone, just so you know, this is going to be unlisted and re-uploaded on Wicked Virtue's channel.
Yes.
And next
Knob
week,
and all.
knob and all.
I will make Wicked upload my knob.
She was gonna do it regardless of you.
Well,
making
yeah,
her.
she was gonna be made to. It's like, look, there's no way you're editing out my knob.
So if you are watching this, just hold on to the link. You will be able to watch it afterwards. This will be accessible regardless. Link is on Twitter, blah, 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 blah. I'm drunk. And I guess next week we'll probably have morality.
Like, I could tell when you were drunk when you started slurring. I'm like, I am stumbling over some words. I'm not as drunk as you.
Yes. Wicked will be our barometer of morality next week, and then I'll probably hold myself back a lot.
No, but that makes me worse because when she goes off camera, I'm like, okay, I'll need to do that again.
Let's just say I kept up with chat and how much you guys were making me drink. Okay, I didn't stop. I think I'm like 7 shots in. Okay,
Based.
there you go.
That's a good thing. That's
Based
what we
and
need
drunk.
to do every stream chat.
So catch myself, Disbrew on our channels. Links are in the description. Wicked Virtue, I think, is still going on the Couch of Kings or whatever she's on, King of Couch.
Yeah, I think at
Not
some
the
point they were meant to
casting
enter
couch.
like a private chat or something.
Yeah, this is not the casting couch chat. Okay, don't
might
get too
be.
dirty. No.
Well, it might be. It might be.
It
It might be. Wicked and Blabs.
Yes. Tomorrow, you're gonna be on. Are you playing games with Steph?
Yeah, we still haven't finished. What's it called? What was the first one? It Takes Two.
Yes.
We finished the splitting, whatever it was.
It's
So
such
then
a
we're
good
doing
game.
the It Takes Two thing. Yes.
I love that.
I
game.
also made a buy at some point, the one you were playing with Tugs, the Outlast Trials.
Yeah, honestly,
I
think
haven't
will be a
been
good
watching your
game.
stream. I haven't been watching your stream because we bought it. So I'm like, whenever Halloween comes up, probably the time.
It'll be a great game between y'all, I think. So good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, because it was on it was on sale like 2 weeks ago or something.
It's so cheap
nearly
too.
all.
So yeah, Disprew's gonna be playing games with Steph on My Nerdy Home. I will be doing At least Sunday Funday and Forbidden Frontier in the evening. I'm not sure about art in the morning because I have to pack for the road on Monday. So try to keep up if you can. I will probably finish Expedition 33 at some point next week. Thank you guys so much for being here. I cannot wait to be back on Wicked's channel because I don't like being the leader, and I appreciate her for doing all this stuff and reining us in because clearly I don't know how to rein us in.
Well, if this happens again, next time I can be the leader then. We can do it on my channel, and we'll see.
Yes. Yes, I would like to see Disprue trying to
It,
corral.
it would be
Drunken
interesting
Man.
because I've never done like a group stream and had to try and wrangle people before.
For
So
the
that would
next
be
time.
interesting. Yes.
Because, like, I will say,
The next time Wicked leaves us.
Tugs and Mr. Porkchop are easier to lead in than maybe you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, okay?
I
Especially
don't know
when we're
about
done.
Tugs, but Mr. Porkchop I can imagine being a lot more
It's
straight-laced.
very easier to like be like corral
Yeah.
him. Tugs, when she's on a rant, she's on a rant. So, you know, if I can find my way in between there, it's great. So, yes, chat, thank you. Make sure you check out Wicked Virtue's channel where this is normally. Next week we'll be back on her channel. Links in the description. And if you want to watch the rest, you can either hold into this link or go to her channel. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for getting me drunk, and Disprue, who is just naturally drunk all the
Always.
time.
Yeah. I mean, it happens.
Yes. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.